Chapter 464. Those red tentacles seemed to belong to a certain monster. It seemed like Haluz had been thrown somewhere. If they wanted to bring him back, they could only start with this teleportation mage. Teleportation magic was quite powerful, but there were many restrictions for players to use it. The learning requirement was very high, and most teleportation magic could only be used when not in battle or needed to be guided. It could not be interrupted midway. Basically, it could only be used as a hurried skill. There are strong people everywhere. Norios is really scary. Sylvia swallowed nervously. Should we attack? The second Volga brother said seriously. There are so many people here. If we fight, the security team will intervene very quickly. I can sense that his teleportation magic is activated at any time. Before we move, he will leave. Also, we definitely can't follow him through the light gate. If he closes it midway, we will be cut in half. Ixien interrupted. Your partner is right, so hurry up and leave my. Before he finished speaking, Han Shao did not say anything else. In the blink of an eye, his mecha was attached to him, and he rushed out like a flash of lightning. You really don't understand human language. You still don't want to give up and ambush me? I saw through your plan long ago. All of you are so rude. Ixien did not panic at all. He sneered and activated the teleportation magic that was already on standby. The light gate appeared behind him instantly, and he retreated in a flash. At this time, the mecha warrior who wanted to ambush him was still some distance away. With his spellcasting speed, he could close the teleportation door long before the opponent got close. Right at this moment, a large hand suddenly appeared in front of him as if it had appeared out of thin air. Before Ixien could react, the hand had passed through the teleportation door and grabbed his face. The hand covered his eyes, and Ixien could not see anything. At this moment, he finally panicked. What happened? The next moment, a strong force came from the hand. Han Shao, who had turned into a void, pulled Ixien out of the teleportation door. It was because his body had crossed the light gate again that Ixien could only hurriedly stop the closing spell that he had prepared. Otherwise, he would be the one cut in half. Thus, the situation was reversed in an instant. With a flash of mechanical force, the Void Dragon mechanical suit behind him, which had already become an empty shell, split into many parts, and with the guidance of mechanical force, it once again attached itself to Han Zhao's body. He suddenly swung with force, and Ixien was thrown out like a cannonball, smashing an entire row of bookshelves along the way. Torn papers flew everywhere, and wood shavings flew everywhere. Bang! Ixien slammed his head into the wall, creating a hole. His head was bruised and bleeding, and before he could recover from the dizziness, he felt a heavy weight on his body. Like a shadow, Han Shao flashed to his side and pinned his hands behind his back. Using his knees, Han Shao pressed his face to the ground with his other hand, directly subduing him and making him unable to move. A terrifying energy gathered on the mecha's arm, as if it was about to erupt at any moment. At this moment, Han Zhao's mocking voice rang in Ixien's ears. What did you just say? Say it again. Blood trickled down from his forehead, drenching his hair. Ixien's eyes were wide open. Thick shock congealed in his eyes, and his face was filled with disbelief. He did not expect that his life-saving method, which had always worked, would fail. Of course, Han Shao was using his racial talent, void travel. In the almost still void vision, everyone's movements were stopped. No matter what escape method Ixien had, it was all meaningless. He easily approached this teleportation mage, then deactivated void vision, returned to reality, and directly crossed the distance to capture his opponent. In the eyes of outsiders, Han Shao had clearly appeared in front of Ixien out of thin air. You, how did you? Han Shao increased the force in his hand and coldly said, Release my partner. Don't play any tricks, unless you want to let your brain matter smear all over your bookstore. I admit defeat. Don't go overboard. Ixien hurriedly did as he was told. His life was in someone else's hands, and he did not dare to act recklessly. A few meters away, a circle of teleportation light slowly appeared. Rewind time to 15 seconds ago. Buzz. In the crimson sky, a light door suddenly appeared. Countless crimson tentacles shot into the sky and surged into the light door. The next moment, Haluz was pulled in. In a hurry, he used his arms to push away the tentacles wrapped around him, took out the battleship's slicing blade from his back, and slashed around his body. All the tentacles were cut in half. However, there was nothing under his feet, and he fell down. He was about 30 meters from the ground. The ground was dark red. Bang! Haluz landed on the ground with a dull thud. Looking up, the teleportation door had already disappeared. I actually fell into a trap. This is bad. I can't go back myself. Haluz was frustrated and frustrated. He looked around. What is this place? What were those tentacles just now? He looked around. There was a flat red ground nearby. There were no creatures, only black holes in the ground. Haluz's expression changed, and he jumped up. Bang, bang, bang. The next moment, a large number of tentacles broke out of the ground where he was standing. There were hundreds of them, and they went straight for him. The wind howled, and a terrifying wind pressure was created. These tentacles all seemed to belong to a creature hidden underground. Just how big is this monster? Haluz's forehead was covered in sweat. Just as he was about to attack again, a red stream of light suddenly appeared at the edge of his vision. Swoosh! This red stream of light swept past all the tentacles, and the hundreds of tentacles all stopped. Just as the red light swept past, all the tentacles had smooth cuts at the same time. They were all cut in half. The cut ends all fell to the ground, and the roots of the tentacles all retracted back into the ground. The red light circled around and floated in front of Haluz, revealing its true appearance. It's you. Haluz was shocked. I've seen you before. The other party clearly knew Haluz, and he was shocked. Before he could ask, the sound of spells came from the sky, and the teleportation door appeared again. Looks like the captain has already taken care of that teleportation mage. How efficient. Haluz's eyes sparkled, and he laughed out loud. He trusted Han Xiao a lot. After being thrown here, he believed that Han Xiao would be able to bring him back very quickly. As expected, that teleportation mage's little trick was nothing in front of the captain. It did not even last a minute. Great, I can finally get out. The other person was also surprised. In the bookstore, the teleportation door was opened steadily. Everyone stared at the light door. Not long after, Haluz flew out. Not only him, there was another person following him out of the light door. There's someone else inside, Sylvia exclaimed. Who are you? Han Xiao looked over in confusion and was stunned. Will Sander. This person was the captain of the floating Dragon Island Guards, Will Sander. Yo, long time no see. Will Sander was still skinny and wretched, waving his hand in greeting. Why are you here? Han Xiao was surprised. And you came out of the teleportation door? Will Sander coughed, pointed at Haluz, and said, I went in the same way he went in. Han Technician's mouth twitched, and he suddenly understood. So that was the case. Other than himself, Ames had also sent Will Sander to look for her teacher. Then, Will Sander was also tricked by the Dragon Emperor's teacher. When he found Yi Xian, he encountered the same problem as them. Will Sander, who used to be a great galactic pirate, did things by force. Thus, he was naturally thrown to another place by this teleportation mage. It was a small world indeed. Han Xiao did not expect to meet Will Sander here. He asked, When did you arrive? A few days ago, not much earlier than you. Will Sander looked at Yi Xian, who was being pressed down by Han Xiao, and anger appeared on his face. He walked over angrily, and the wings behind him suddenly spread open. The edges of the wings lit up with a bright red light, and murderous aura filled the air. He yelled, How dare you trick me? I'll kill you. The wings slashed down, and Han Xiao hurriedly reached out and grabbed Will Sander's demon bat wings firmly. Don't be rash. Norios can't kill people casually. We still have to dig out clues about the Dragon Emperor's teacher from him. Okay. Will Sander felt that it made sense, so he retracted his wings and backed away. Suddenly, he realized that something was wrong. His expression changed, and he turned around abruptly, looking at Han Zhao's back in shock. With his grade B+ strength, How could Han Shao block his attack so easily? When he first met Black Star, he was far from having this kind of strength. Ignoring the secretly shocked Will Sander, Han Shao yelled at Yi Xian, "Tell me, where did you teleport my target?" Yi Xian said with a trembling voice, I don't know. Wow, you have guts and courage. Looks like you're not afraid of death. Herluz clenched his fists, and the sound of his bones cracking could be heard. He had an eager expression on his face. I haven't settled the score with you yet. No, it's not like that. You misunderstood. Yi Xian had a long face. I really don't know. He asked me to use a random teleportation gate, and the coordinates were on the surface of Norios. Because the location was random, I don't know where he went. Han Shao frowned, turned around, and said, Fu Ding, do me a favor. Fu Ding nodded, walked forward, and pointed at Yi Xian's forehead. Psychic tentacles entered Yi Xian's brain and made the teleportation mage repeat what he said. Then, Fu Ding closed his eyes and opened them after a while. He shook his head and said, he's not lying. It's true. He really doesn't know where the target is. Everyone looked at each other with a depressed expression. They thought that they finally had the upper hand this time, but the clue was cut off here again. Sylvia bit her lips and said angrily, I know. This is his plan. Even if we succeed in getting the location out of him, we still won't get anything. He purposely used a random teleportation gate to make us feel emotional. He's playing with us. This person is so annoying. Will Sander wagged his tail in frustration. Can we only steal the heart of crystal fire according to his request? This is the only clue we have. Han Shao frowned, and a light suddenly flashed in his eyes. He quickly suppressed his laughter and said with a serious face, I don't care about his request. If that's the case, then don't look for him. Anyway, this is enough. Are you going to give up? Herluz clenched his teeth, feeling a little unwilling. He really wanted to catch this diviner and beat him up. We don't have to be led by the nose by the target. Ames will be here soon. As long as we tell her about this clue, our job will be considered complete. Han Shao stood up, clapped his hands, and took out a healing potion. He tossed it to Yi Xian and turned to leave. You're just going to let it go? Yi Xian got up with a surprised tone. He thought that he would not be able to avoid physical pain. Herluz also interrupted. Yeah, why don't we teach him a lesson? I suffered a great loss. Han Shao rolled his eyes and said, Forget it. At least he didn't throw you into outer space. He didn't want to kill you, so this saved his life. Then, Han Technician turned around and looked at the mess on the ground. He raised his eyebrows and said, But I won't pay for the repair fees. I didn't want to ask you for it. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. He had no intention of provoking Han Shao again. The other party had some kind of teleportation ability. No matter how fast his teleportation spell was, he would not be able to escape. He was only good at teleportation spells and knew almost nothing about offensive spells. His core ability was useless, so there was no point in fighting. He only wanted to wait for this group of people to leave quickly and never see them again. The group left the weird bookstore. Will Sander was added to the team. This guy felt that rather than acting alone, he would rather team up with his colleagues. On the way, Will Sander pulled Han Shao aside and said with a nervous tone, Are we really not going to care about the target? Ames won't be angry, will she? No need. The target must still be in Norios. When Ames arrives, she can search the entire planet in minutes with her ability. So, we don't have to rush to find him. As soon as the Dragon Emperor arrives, he will have nowhere to hide. Chapter 465. 3 days later. At the spaceport in the north of Norios, the spaceport hall was bustling with people. There were heads of different creatures as far as the eye could see. Countless travelers stopped here or boarded the ships to leave. An ordinary female alien walked slowly with a backpack on her back. In fact, the other person hiding under this disguise was the target Han Shao and the others were looking for, the teacher who had once adopted Ames when she was a child and guided her to awaken her superpower talent. His name was Aesop, and his superpower was prophecy. However, compared to the rare ability of prophecy, his race was even rarer. Aesop was born before the galactic calendar, and he was a long-lived species who had lived for countless years. Long before Han Xiao came into contact with the teleportation mages, Aesop had foreseen that Han Xiao and the others would refuse to participate in his game. The ability of prophecy itself was vague because the future was full of uncertainty and could change at any time. If the future could not be changed, then the prophecy would be meaningless. Generally speaking, a prophecy without a target would only see a fog. There must be a theme to activate the ability, which was the trigger used to limit the possibilities of the future. The more experienced a prophet would set up more factors to limit the future. The various clues and mischievous arrangements left by Aesop were all arrangements he used to limit the possibilities. The future was in a superposition state, and the trigger could cause the future to collapse. In short, when a person was not hungry, they might do all kinds of things, but when they were hungry, then one action would be confirmed, and that was that they would definitely eat. Aesop deliberately left traces of his whereabouts for this purpose. This way, the people who came to find him would follow the clues he left behind. If a bead would roll in all directions on flat ground, now the bead fell into a groove and would only move back and forth. This meant that the future had changed from a free answer to a multiple-choice question with limited options. In this way, his prophecy could see the future. Prophecies could not see too far into the future, and they did not have combat power. The ability itself was not powerful, but the user was powerful. Even a prophet needed to use his brain. At this time, Aesop had already bought a seat on a long-distance flight. Even if he did not use his prophecy, he had already seen through Han Zhao's purpose. He just wanted to buy time and wait for Ames to arrive in Norios so that he could not escape. Too tender. Aesop laughed in his heart. Only a fool would not be able to see through such an obvious intention. He had rejected his request and thought that he would stupidly stay on this planet. Could it be that he would not leave? Thinking about it, if Aesop was in Han Zhao's situation, he felt that he would pretend to agree to look for the heart of crystal fire and then delay the time. At least it was better than directly refusing. But no matter what choice Han Xiao made, the result would be the same. In fact, Aesop didn't plan to stay at all. Even if Han Xiao pretended to agree, he would still leave. If they agree to my request, my subsequent arrangements will cause them trouble. They will be chased off this planet by the Norios Consortium. Even if they reject my request and plan to stall for time, Ames won't be able to find me after I leave. She will vent her anger on this group of officers who gave up halfway and missed the golden opportunity. They will still be in trouble. From the moment you received the clues I left behind from the intelligence organization, the result was already decided. Under the mask, Aesop smiled. You misused my name, so I punished you slightly. It's fair. Is that so? Suddenly, a person's voice came from behind. With a bang, a hand was placed on Aesop's shoulder. Aesop's expression changed. His body suddenly froze, and he slowly turned around. He saw an unfamiliar man standing behind him. This man rubbed off a thin layer of mask on his face, revealing Han Zhao's face. Your Excellency Aesop Hurricane, F** King, good morning. Han Xiao had a smile on his face. How did you know I was here? Aesop was shocked. His eyes slightly changed, flashing with surprise. He didn't ask why Han Xiao was here. This matter didn't need to be explained. He figured it out in hindsight. At this time, he was puzzled by another question. Norios had 5 ports. How could the other party accurately find the right one? He seemed to have heard Jenny mention that this black star was also a prophet. Good question. Let me introduce you. Han Xiao pulled a person from the side, took off the mask on the person's face, and revealed Fu Ding's face. This is my mascot. You mean to try your luck? Aesop's face froze, then he relaxed. A skilled prophet like him knew very well that there was never a perfect plan. Even the most exquisite plan would often be broken by accidents. Although luck was unpredictable, the simplest things were the most difficult to solve. Han Xiao had the Destiny's Child card, so he understood the prophet's thoughts and knew the so-called incentives. However, this time, he didn't use the Destiny's Child card. It wasn't worth it. When he rejected the request, with his understanding of Aesop, he knew that Aesop could easily see through his intentions. Therefore, there was only one choice in front of Aesop. In order to avoid Ames, who was about to arrive, he could only take a spaceship and leave Norios. That way, the possibility was reduced. He only needed to let everyone spread out and wait at the 5 ports. Those were the places Aesop had to pass through. In this way, Aesop was caught in a dilemma. If he didn't leave, he would definitely be found. If he left, he might be found. Therefore, even if Aesop had foreseen this possibility, he had to fall into this trap. Not to mention, Aesop didn't use his ability because of the lack of incentives. People who studied logic often fell into paradoxes that they couldn't see clearly. Aesop wanted Han Xiao to act according to the rules of his game, but Han Xiao took the initiative and turned his interlocking layout into a fair environment for both sides to compete in luck. Then, Han Xiao defeated him with his rich experience. Any problem that depended on luck, Fu Ding could solve it. Aesop's lousy disguise could fool the identity check at the port, but Han Technician, who was a veteran of disguises, had long been prepared for this. According to the normal logic, after Aesop set up the layout, if he left Norios early, the plan would be unsolvable, and he would be in an invincible position. However, Han Zhao's biggest advantage was that he already knew Aesop's personality in his previous life. This long-lived old monster had experienced too many things and had a strange personality. Power? Meaningless. He had once been the vice chairman of a star cluster civilization. Wealth? Meaningless. Resources had always been ownerless. Wealth was just a false definition. Beauty? He was already sick of it. The various species that had mated could circle a star a few times. Power? He had experienced it before, using terrifying weapons to wipe an entire planet from the map. Aesop was really sick of living. This was not derogatory, but literal. He only had a few interests left in his life: freedom, curiosity, and excitement. Therefore, he became a treasure hunter who traveled and adventured everywhere. Only when he was at the edge of danger could he experience the feeling of being alive. Therefore, when he set up the layout, Aesop would definitely not stay out of it, nor would he hide behind the scenes to ensure victory. He would create a fair situation for his opponent and give his opponent a chance to taste the fruits of victory. This was a dangerous game for him. If he won, he would feel empty. If he lost, he would be happy. After living for too long, it would really become difficult for ordinary people to understand. Aesop also took off his disguise and revealed the appearance of an old man. He laughed heartily. Looks like my disciple has found a powerful partner. Han Xiao also laughed. There was no flaw on his face, but other thoughts appeared in his mind. He wanted to kill such a powerful prophet, even if he was not his enemy. Who could guarantee that he would not be a threat in the future? Han Xiao was very clear about Aesop's ability. His Esper ability was prophecy, so his combat power was almost zero. As long as he caught this prophet, killing him would not be much harder than killing a chicken. This was a good opportunity to get rid of the hidden danger. As long as he told Ames that he did not find her teacher, Aesop would be missing forever. Therefore, should he, before Ames arrived, kill him? Han Zhao's eyes flickered. As a believer in chaos, no one had to die in his eyes. Chapter 466. Aesop coughed and said, "You won this game, but I don't want to see Ames. Blackstar, can we discuss this?" Han Xiao suppressed his killing intent and said with surprise, "You don't want to see your own disciple that much?" Back then, I just casually adopted a little girl, spent some time with her, and taught her how to awaken her super talent. How would I know that she would become a beyond grade, a super whose name would shake the entire star field? Aesop shook his head and said, "If I had known, I wouldn't have adopted her. With her strength, if I were to get entangled with her, I definitely wouldn't have been able to escape. Those days of losing my freedom are like being in jail. Just thinking about it makes me want to die." Han Zhao's mouth twitched. Casually adopting a little girl and becoming a top super many years later. Why did it sound so familiar? This old man even had an unwilling look on his face. "Hey, I'll allow you to act cool, but don't go overboard." Suppressing his desire to complain, Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and asked, "Since you don't want to see her, why did you come back?" Aesop did not have the self-awareness of having lived for countless years and said like an old child, "The more she wants to find me, the more I want to appear in front of her." His personality was as bad as ever. Han Xiao was speechless. In his previous life, Aesop had always been wandering around and was a mysterious merchant in the eyes of the players. Until one day, he was involved in a dispute between two star system civilizations and played a game, as usual. However, Aesop failed, and this time his life was taken away. Even until his death, he did not meet Ames. After hundreds of years of searching, Ames only saw Aesop's tombstone in the end. Ames did things based on her preferences, and this time, she was even more impulsive. She smashed all the planets of the two civilizations, including their mother planets, and caused countless deaths. The survivors who survived complained to the three universal civilizations that such a violent act violated the Order Treaty. Thus, Floating Dragon no longer had any privileges and was surrounded by a large number of troops. At that time, a large number of players accepted the mission and participated in the encirclement. Countless battleships exploded in this battle, and Floating Dragon Island also fell apart, becoming a meteorite belt. Although Ames did not die in battle, she disappeared from everyone's sight. The famous Beyond Grade A supers in the Shattered Star Ring had also changed over and over again with the passing of time. Of course, that was a very late version, but now Aesop was caught by him. If he allowed Ames to meet him, this was something that had never happened in his previous life. He didn't know what would happen. However, two civilizations with a population of hundreds of billions were massacred. Floating Dragon was destroyed, and Ames was severely injured and missing. This series of tragedies should not happen again. Forget it. I owe her a favor. I'll just hand him over to Ames. Killing him will only bring unnecessary risks. Shaking his head, Han Xiao put away his killing intent. Aesop was indeed powerful, but he was not someone to be trifled with. Aesop was only able to predict a small area within a certain period of time, but what he had grasped was the general trend. There was no need to be afraid at all. Han Xiao wrapped his arm around Aesop's shoulder and whispered into Aesop's ear, "Don't worry, Aesop. I refuse." Aesop's expression froze. How could he have said it so softly? He had been looking forward to it for nothing. Han Xiao opened the communicator and contacted Ames. As soon as the call connected, Ames saw Aesop beside Han Xiao. Her beautiful eyes sparkled, and a playful expression appeared on her face. "Aesop, my teacher, I miss you so much." Aesop smiled bitterly. From Ames' tone, he could hear a strong sense of dissatisfaction. Even without foresight, he knew that he was in a bad situation. After hiding for so many years, who knew how much resentment Ames had accumulated? It would be terrible for him to fall into her hands. Then, Ames turned to Han Xiao and said, "Wait for me, I'll be there soon." After saying that, the screen turned black. Swift and decisive, Aesop looked at Han Xiao with a depressed expression. "Are you really not going to reconsider? She has already seen you. Do you think I will still let you go?" Han Xiao chuckled. Not long after, Ames' spaceship arrived at the port. She had just arrived in Norios that day. Han Xiao brought Aesop to the port. Ames saw him the moment she got off the spaceship and walked over aggressively. Her aura was at least 10 stories high. Han Xiao grabbed Aesop's shoulder and could clearly feel the old man's body trembling. Dragon Emperor? This time, the passers-by near the port were shocked and quickly retreated far away. They did not expect the top expert of the Shattered Star Ring to suddenly appear. "Shouldn't you say something to me?" Ames was expressionless. Aesop sighed and said helplessly, "All right, I should have come back to see you long ago. I shouldn't have avoided you. Don't stand here and be watched. Let's go." As he spoke, he stepped onto the ramp. Before entering the spaceship, he turned around and glanced at Han Xiao. Suddenly, a smile appeared on his face. Ames was about to return to the ship when she suddenly thought of something. She turned around and looked at Han Xiao. She paused for a moment before speaking with a serious tone. "Thank you." Han Xiao waved his hands and said, "It's a small matter. I've returned the favor." "No, I owe you." Ames' tone was unquestionable. Suddenly, she hesitated and slowly reached out. Her black sleeves slid down her smooth forearm, revealing her slender palm. She patted Han Zhao's shoulder. Actually, she was a clean freak and was never willing to touch others. This time, she made an exception. Although she did not show it on the surface, she was actually very happy. Therefore, she was very grateful to Han Zhao for capturing Aesop. She knew how cunning Aesop was. She had tried to find his whereabouts before, but she was always disappointed. The success this time surprised her. Ames quickly retracted her hand, turned around, and walked into the spaceship. Han Zhao did not have much of a reaction. He suddenly thought of something and hurriedly used a blank character summon card in the interface. Before Ames closed the door, her character summon card was generated. Boom! The spaceship left the port with a rumbling sound and soon disappeared into the universe. Han Zhao was still at the dock. He had already informed the others, and they all rushed over upon hearing the news. They all looked at the spaceship that was leaving, and Haluz asked, "Black Star, we're done. Where are we going now?" "Let's rest in Norios first. We'll leave tomorrow." Han Zhao turned around and looked at Wolsander. "Do you want to move with us? I'm not in a hurry to go back. Plus, it's too boring to stay on floating Dragon Island." "Hee hee, looks like I'll have to disturb you for a while." Wolsander gave a standard smile. "As long as you don't spend my money, you can disturb me for as long as you want." Han Zhao shrugged. At this time, there was a commotion in the hall. A group of Norios upper echelons heard the news of Ames' arrival and hurried over. They did not dare neglect such a big figure. However, Ames left immediately after picking up Aesop. The whole process took only a few minutes, and these upper echelons of the financial groups were all left empty-handed. The upper echelons of the financial groups then turned around and found Han Zhao. They smiled warmly and chatted with him. Now that the Dragon Emperor had left, they could not come here for nothing. Thus, they decided to get in touch with Black Star and see if they could provide any help to show Norios' attitude. Originally, when Han Zhao first came to Norios, the upper echelons of the financial groups only paid a little attention to him and got their subordinates to greet him. However, with the appearance of the Dragon Emperor, the situation was completely different. They felt that they had to greet him personally to show their sincerity. These upper echelons of the financial groups treated Han Zhao much more seriously. While they were chatting, orderly footsteps could be heard not far away. Everyone subconsciously looked in that direction. They saw a group of Ghidorah people wearing battle suits hurriedly walking through the hall. They seemed to have just arrived, and the person leading them looked extremely valiant. Ghidorah people? What are they doing here? Han Zhao's gaze was also attracted. He looked curiously at the person leading the group of Ghidorah people, and his expression suddenly changed. He knew this person. This was a grade A super. On Ames' spaceship, Aesop stood in front of the porthole and silently looked at the Norios that was gradually disappearing. "What are you looking at?" Ames asked behind him. Aesop retracted his gaze and revealed a satisfied smile. "You have a pretty good officer. He is trustworthy." "Are you talking about Black Star?" Ames nodded. "He is indeed very capable. Didn't you meet him long ago? You even asked him to pass a message to me." Aesop paused for a moment, shook his head, and laughed. "I'm old now. I almost forgot about this." As he spoke, Aesop lowered his head, opened his communicator, and deleted a message that he had set a timer to send. The original target was actually Ames, who he had blocked all communication requests from. Aesop shook his head helplessly. "If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have come to the Shattered Star Ring and walked right into your trap." Aesop understood Ames too well. She was capricious, reckless, and not good at scheming. Just like what Black Star had asked, if he did not want to be found by Ames, he could have just stayed far away. There was no need for him to come to the Shattered Star Ring. As for his motive, it was naturally not to tease Ames. Although he was indeed tired of living, his taste was not that boring. His target was obviously Han Zhao. Someone had used his name to fool Ames. What if this person had found out about Ames' weakness and deliberately approached her with it, but was actually an enemy with ill intentions? Aesop was very worried about this. No matter what kind of achievements Ames had now, in his eyes, she would always be that little girl who needed someone to take care of her. Therefore, he returned to the Shattered Star Ring and exposed his whereabouts, attracting the investigation of Ames officers. If Han Xiao did not catch him, this person was just SOS so. If he caught him, it would be a new round of Aesop's tests. He had already prepared for this, purposely showing off his foresight ability and setting up a series of traps to anger the other party. If Black Star was really the Dragon Emperor's enemy, he would not allow such a dangerous enemy to live. If he died, the timer that he had set up would be able to remind Ames of his death. Whoever lied to her would be the murderer. Aesop was testing the risk with his own life. If he died, Ames would not trust others so easily in the future. He felt that it was worth it. After living for so long, the habit of seeking death was already in his blood, and it only made him feel excited. Although he was stubborn on the surface, he actually cared a lot about Ames. Aesop did not have any children, so Ames was like his adopted daughter. Han Xiao naturally did not know that the casual words he said to persuade Ames back then on floating Dragon Island would actually cause such a butterfly effect, allowing the two of them to reunite for the first time, indirectly changing the fate of hundreds of billions of people. Black Star, Aesop thought. He has a lot of potential. If he lived for 1,000 years like me, he would be 100 times scarier than me. Chapter 467. Helping Ames catch Aesop had completed the mission, and Han Xiao was originally happy. However, when he turned around, he saw a group of Ghidorah warriors hurriedly passing by, and his mood instantly dropped. He recognized Ghidorah's combat uniform. These people were not low-level investigators, but special forces that specialized in combat. The leader was a very famous high-level Ghidorah super in his previous life. In version 2.0, this person was the main person who dealt with the mutation disaster in Blue Star. Most of the combat missions that the players received from Ghidorah were issued by him, and he was equivalent to a commander. He was a very important NPC to the players, so Han Xiao was very familiar with him. Nagajin, a high-level officer in Ghidorah's War Bureau, a grade A pugilist. Only important missions would send him out. For him to appear in Norios definitely meant that something important had happened. Han Xiao immediately thought of the mixed-blood Ghidorah, Oven, that he had met a few days ago. The two should be related. Han Xiaoxin thought. There was another strange thing that puzzled him. The Nagajin in front of him was extraordinarily handsome and had a masculine temperament. However, in Han Xiao's memory, when the Blue Star players first met him, Nagajin was in a crippled state. Half of his face was almost a skeleton. Not only was his face disfigured, his left arm and legs had become mechanical prosthetics, and many artificial organs had been implanted in his body to maintain his life. Now, less than a year had passed since the start of version 2.0. Therefore, Nagajin had been crippled in this year, but he did not know the exact time. Han Xiao's eyes flashed, and he immediately took action. He shook off the upper echelons of Norios and stood in front of Nagajin. "Who are you? Don't block the way." The group of Ghidorah warriors stopped, and Nagajin frowned as he sized up Han Xiao. Han Xiao gave a simple introduction. "Black Star? Oh, I've heard of your name. You and some other mercenaries captured a Dark Star mothership. Well done." Nagajin nodded and did not pay much attention to it. People of his rank usually paid attention to more important matters. He only knew about Han Xiao's name because one of his subordinates mentioned it by chance. He was in a hurry, so he patiently asked, "Why are you stopping us?" "It's just a greeting. By the way, do you need any help?" Han Xiao asked. This was a common opening line used by players. He was trying to see if he could trigger a mission to find out the goals of these Ghidorah players. He lacked information and did not know about the confrontation between Dark Star and Ghidorah in Norios. He only felt that something was amiss. This group of warriors was the reinforcements sent by Ghidorah, and their mission was to rescue Oven. In the past few days, 2 more of Oven's doppelgangers had been captured, and the situation could not be delayed. Oven knew from the senses of his doppelgangers that the strongest person in the Dark Star team was a grade B super called Fosthod. Thus, Ghidorah sent out Nagajin, who was the closest to them, thinking that it would be enough to deal with the enemy. Nagajin felt that he did not need help and could deal with the enemy this time. Thus, he perfunctorily said, "We don't need your help. We're in a hurry." so we'll be leaving first." Then, Nagajin walked past Han Shao and left with his men. Looking at the backs of these people, Han Shao stroked his chin. "TSK, I didn't trigger a mission. An incident that requires a calamity-grade super to take action is probably quite risky. Since Nagajin did not welcome outsiders, then so be it. He could not be bothered to be snubbed." He opened the interface. Aim's character summon card that he had obtained previously, but he had not checked it yet. Character summon card. Aim's force field. Dragon's Gaze compresses a medium within a certain range, can be solid, liquid, or gas, and applies it to a target, causing the target to enter the immobilization state. For every 100 STR the target has, the duration will be reduced by once. Basic duration is 18ths. Usage. 0 of 1. Han Shao felt that it was alright to obtain a powerful control skill. Ames had many skills, and, at her level, at least 70% of them were useful. Although they were not powerful attacks, control skills were more flexible, and each had its own pros and cons. The group left the spaceport and returned to the surface. They rented a temporary stronghold, and he planned to rest there for a few days. At the same time, he bought some supplies. Norios had many shops, and he planned to strengthen his combat machines. 2 high-end knowledges and many advanced knowledges could be combined into better blueprints, which was enough for him to upgrade once. He still had more than 200 million EXP on his interface, and, as long as he was frugal, he would have enough to combine blueprints. Just as everyone was resting, a storm quietly broke out. At the edge of Norios City, Nagajin brought dozens of Ghidorah warriors to a skyscraper in an aircraft. There were many tall buildings nearby, and not far away was the maglev station that connected to the city. According to Oven's intelligence, the stronghold of the Darkstar forces was located on the 80th floor of this building, right in the middle of the building. Oven's main body had been in contact with the rescue team. He used his doppelganger to observe the Darkstar members and provide clues to Nagajin. His request was to deal with the Darkstar forces. Only after confirming that there was no danger would his main body appear. He was very cautious. The majority of the enemy's forces are inside. We will destroy the enemy's base first before dealing with the Darkstar members outside. Otherwise, we will alert the enemy. Now that the enemy's base does not know that we are here, we have the advantage of intelligence. Follow me. The aircraft slowly rose and approached the target floor. Nagajin's expression was serious. He slowly clenched his fist, and a thick golden flame flowed along his arm like liquid. He punched the outer wall. Boom! In the blink of an eye, a visible white circular shockwave spread out hundreds of meters in all directions. All the glass in the building shattered. The force of the punch penetrated through the 80th floor, leaving behind a hole that penetrated from the front to the back. The structure of the building creaked, and the middle of the building caved in like a wooden stick that was almost snapped in half. Not to mention buildings, even a calamity-grade pugilist could destroy a battleship with their bare hands. As long as they had enough time, they could even transform into a self-propelled bulldozer and flatten the surface of an entire planet. After destroying the terrain with a single punch, Nagajin led his subordinates and charged in. He immediately saw the dizzy Fosthod and the others. Nagajin made a hand gesture, and dozens of Ghidorah soldiers surrounded Fosthod's team. "I am Nagajin from Ghidorah's War Bureau. You have been surrounded. Put down your weapons and surrender. I will send you to Rainbow Prison." The building shook, and Fosthod stabilized himself. He revealed a savage smile, as though he had seen his prey fall into a trap. "Looks like we've caught a big fish. Nagajin, look to your left and right. Who do you think is the one being surrounded?" 2 surging energy waves suddenly erupted, and Nagajin's troops were sandwiched in the middle. Nagajin hurriedly turned around and saw Anner and Ashes staring at him from both sides. The thick, killing intent almost froze the air. Why are there 2 calamity-grade supers? The information is wrong. Nagajin's expression changed drastically. Oven's information indicated that the strongest person in the hunting team was only a grade B. Ghidorah had sent out a grade A as insurance. with Nagajan taking action. Even if Darkstar had a grade A, both sides would still be evenly matched. However, they did not expect Darkstar to send out 2 Calamity-grade supers to hunt down the traitor. This was like using a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. This was a trap set by Darkstar. Anner and Ashes did not appear in front of Oven's doppelganger. Fostad pretended to be the captain and misled Oven that there were no Calamity-grade supers in their team. Darkstar had guessed that Ghidorah would send reinforcements, so they deliberately misled Oven and guessed that there would only be 1 grade A super in the reinforcements. This person was Anner and Ash's prey. Darkstar not only wanted to hunt down Oven, but also set up an ambush to make Ghidorah lose a top combatant. This was the reason why Anner and Ashes acted together. Ghidorah had fallen into Darkstar's trap. The Ghidorah warriors present felt a chill run down their spines. The pressure from 2 strong enemies almost made their hearts stop beating. They were extremely nervous and did not know which direction to defend. Nagajan's expression was grave. He knew that he was in danger and took a deep breath. "We will die today." Pugilist flames covered his entire body, and his energy fluctuations were on par with Anner and Ember's. He assumed a battle stance, and his gaze became resolute. His cheeks were clenched, and he squeezed out a roar from between his gritted teeth. Chapter 468. In the hall of the temporary stronghold, everyone was doing their own things. This time, the television in the room flashed, and a piece of news was broadcasted. Norios emergency report. 10 minutes ago, the western edge of City 4 was destroyed by someone. 3 streets were destroyed, and the station was paralyzed. The casualties and economic losses are being calculated. It is reported that the aftermath of the battle between supers is the cause of the destruction. The details need to be investigated further. The Public Security Bureau is involved in the investigation. Below is the footage. This piece of news attracted everyone's attention. Sylvia knocked on the door of the machinery modification room and called Han Xiao, who was addicted to machinery, to come out and watch the television. The news showed the scene of dozens of buildings collapsing and turning into ruins with black smoke billowing out. 10 minutes ago, this place was still very prosperous, but in just a few minutes, it was destroyed. The Public Security Bureau's aircraft were rescuing people. The scene was very noisy, and corpses were thrown to the side. It was a mess. No wonder there was a tremor just now. "I thought it was an earthquake," the Volga boss said. Woolsander was cleaning his wings with a brush. He shrugged and said, "Is this a war?" Han Xiao pondered and said, "With such a high degree of destruction in such a short period of time, both sides are probably Calamity-grade supers." He immediately thought of Nagajan, whom he had met once. The timing was right, and he felt that the possibility was quite high. However, this had nothing to do with them. He did not trigger any missions with Nagajan. Since there were no benefits, Han Xiao would not be a busybody. Beep, beep. At this time, his communicator suddenly rang. An unknown communication request came in, and Han Xiao accepted the request. The next moment, Nagajan's figure appeared on the screen. He was panting, covered in blood, and in a sorry state. "Blackstar, please help me." Nagajan's tone was difficult to say. Not long ago, Nagajan had been ambushed by Darkstar. The aftermath of the battle had destroyed 3 streets, and all the elite soldiers he had led had died. That unknown Calamity-grade super had instantly turned them into dust without even a scream. Those were his old subordinates who had fought alongside him for a long time. Now that they had been killed so easily, Nagajan was furious. However, he had no choice but to force himself to remain calm and deal with the 2 strong enemies calmly. Although he was the only one left, Nagajan did not have the intention of strategically retreating. He knew the principle of fighting to survive in the face of death. If he could get rid of a strong enemy, it would not be a loss for him. Even Calamity-grade supers had differences in strength. Nagakin's strength did not surpass Anner and Ember's, and he was at an absolute disadvantage. His 2 opponents were both troublesome espers, and in just a short exchange, he was already riddled with injuries. The intense battle between the 2 sides quickly alerted the security team, and they arrived very quickly. Anner did not want to give up and give chase, but after weighing the pros and cons, he chose to temporarily retreat. He was not willing to be chased by the security team. The result of the ambush did not meet his expectations. He originally wanted to quickly kill Ghidorah's grade A supers, but Nagajin was a pugilist with a strong physique. He was only able to heavily injure him. Thankfully, Nagajin was a muscular guy, or else he would have died long ago. Dragging his heavily injured body and leaving the scene, Nagajin did not immediately bandage his wounds. The first thing he did was contact the headquarters and report his situation while enduring the pain. Ghidorah's War Bureau was shocked and immediately issued an order for Nagajin to be on standby. He was not to take any risks and prioritized his own safety. He requested the headquarters to send reinforcements, but it would take time to get there, and it was too late to count on the headquarters. Giving up and retreating were never in his dictionary. Even if he was alone, he had to stop Darkstar from achieving his goal. Just as he was hesitating whether to kill his way back, Nagajin suddenly thought of Black Star, whom he had met once at the port. Perhaps only the mercenaries could help him. Norios was relatively remote, and there were not many mercenaries around. The Black Star mercenary was probably the strongest mercenary group in Norios, so he could only seek their help. He had rejected Han Zhao's help back then, but now he had to take the initiative to ask for help. This kind of behavior was too embarrassing. Nagajin did not expect such a situation to occur and could only brace himself to contact Han Zhao. For the sake of the mission, losing face was not a problem at all. Nagajin, Han Zhao was surprised. He had guessed correctly. Nagajin was related to the news and had been heavily injured by an unknown enemy. The help he was asking for was obviously related to this matter. All of Nagajin's subordinates had disappeared, and they were probably all wiped out. There was no one he could use, so he was asking for the help of the mercenaries. In just a short pause, Han Zhao had a rough idea of the situation. He remembered Nagajin's crippled appearance in his previous life. However, after taking a look, although the current Nagajin was covered in blood, his body was still healthy. I had a mission and came to Norios to rescue a person who had betrayed Darkstar. His name was Oven, and Darkstar sent a team to kill him. There were 2 grade A supers on the team, and I was ambushed. Nagajin explained the situation in detail. Although he knew that telling the truth about the 2 grade A supers might make Han Zhao hesitate and not dare to help, Nagajin's personality was not one to hide the strength of the enemy and lie to the mercenaries. He was a straightforward person. Even if he knew that the mercenaries would reject his request, he would definitely tell the truth. Han Zhao was enlightened. When he met Oven, he had already noticed something, but he did not have any information. It was indeed related to Darkstar. Who are the 2 grade A supers on Darkstar? I'm not sure. Nagajin shook his head. Then what abilities do they have? One can turn a person into dust and control a large amount of dust to form all kinds of weapons. If I don't use my energy to protect myself, he can also slowly peel off my flesh. Han Zhao's eyes flashed, and he said with a deep voice, "Carbon element control, ashes." He had thought that this guy had died under the bombardment of the fleet, but he had actually escaped. Not only that, he seemed to have successfully entered the Calamity grade. When Floating Dragon had first fought with Ashes, Ashes had already been grade B+, much higher than him. If not for his talent countering the other party's trump card, they would not have been able to fight to a draw. Ember could almost instantly kill all carbon-based life forms that were lower in grade than him. This was a very troublesome ability, and it was practically a godly skill to clear out the entire battlefield. Only Eroshia and himself would not be affected by it. Will Sander was a mixed-blood demon, and he did not know the composition of his body. If he was not carbon-based, he might be able to avoid being instantly killed. However, after Ashes reached grade A, he did not know how to use his Esper ability. Even his normal attacks were much more powerful than before. What's the other ability? Han Zhao asked. He's a shape-shifting Esper and can turn into a strange flying creature. It's about 4 to 5 meters tall and seems to have the ability to control the airflow. It's very fast and hard to catch with the naked eye. When it flies, it's surrounded by wind pressure. Not only can it protect itself, but it also has a certain degree of invisibility. It seems to be using some kind of method to deflect light. Moreover, the faster it flies, the stronger the wind pressure behind it will be. Shape-shifting wind pressure. Han Zhao's mouth twitched. Could it be Wine Demon Anner? The number of Grade A supers in Dark Star was limited. Based on the performance of their abilities, Han Xiao could guess the identity of his opponent. Anner was one of the core members of Dark Star, and he was very difficult to deal with. After he shape-shifted, he could constantly increase his speed. If he flew a few rounds around a planet, the accumulated wind pressure would turn into a huge hurricane and sweep across the surface of the planet. These two people were very difficult to deal with. Han Xiao frowned. Before version 2.0, he did not want to provoke Dark Star directly. However, this was a chance to form a connection with a Grade A Ghidorah super. This was a channel to contact the upper echelons of Ghidorah. With Nagajin, it would be easier for him to gain their trust when he handed over the mutation source. Furthermore, he could even discuss the benefits. Nagajin pursed his lips and waited for Han Zhao's reply. He secretly prayed that he would not be rejected. Han Xiao was his only savior at the moment. Time seemed to have been stretched out by his breathing. After a while, Han Xiao slowly shook his head. Fighting two Grade A's is too dangerous. Nagajin's expression froze. While he had expected this, he was still a little disappointed. However, your mission is not to kill the other party, right? Han Xiao changed the topic. As long as Oven leaves Norios safely, the matter will be resolved. The problem now is that Ghidorah's reinforcements need time to arrive. As long as you help Oven avoid the pursuit of Dark Star, I could try to help you. Nagajin's eyes sparkled, and he was overjoyed. At this moment, a notification of a new mission appeared on Han Zhao's interface. Nagajin's request mission introduction. You have agreed to help Nagajin. His mission is to save a Dark Star trader. Mission requirements. 1. Help Oven hide until Ghidorah's reinforcements arrive. 2. Kill all the pursuing troops of Dark Star. Complete any of the requirements to complete the mission. Failure condition. 1. Oven dies. 2. Nagajin dies. 2 mission requirements. Seems like stalling for time is the more reliable option. Han Xiao thought to himself, while it would be more direct to kill all the enemies, there were 2 Calamity Grade supers. It would be better for him to rest. Of the 3 main storyline missions that he had received, one of them was Ghidorah's ally. There were many mission targets, and Anner and Ashes were among them. The rewards were extremely high, but Han Xiao was only thinking about it. It was unlikely that he would be able to complete it. Just as Nagajin was about to ask how they could cooperate, Han Xiao interrupted him. With just a few of us, we don't have enough manpower. Let me find you more helpers. Turning around, Han Xiao instructed Haluz. Make an announcement through the Mercenary Alliance to the surrounding areas of Norios. The target is all the mercenaries nearby. As long as they can make it here, we want them all. Who will be the poster? Nagajin or Ghidorah? Haluz asked. No, their names don't work. Han Xiao shook his head. Chapter 469. The mercenaries in the Shattered Star Ring were very active. Even in Norios, which was at the edge of the Shattered Star Ring, there were still many mercenaries active. Most of them were second- or third-rate mercenary groups. Han Xiao made a recruitment announcement through the Alliance's internal system, and the news quickly spread throughout the Norios mercenary circle. Surprise, curiosity. Most of the mercenaries had either of these 2 reactions. In the past year, Han Xiao had completed many missions. Due to the name of Floating Dragon, he had accumulated a lot of connections. Most of his collaborators were large mercenary groups, and he even had good relationships with top armies like Sky Ring, Blades, and Purple Gold. Black Star's position in the Shattered Star Ring's mercenary circle was not at the top, but it was still a top-notch small team. Many mercenaries wanted to build a relationship with Black Star and share this connection to obtain better missions. Because employers who did not lack money usually wanted the best mercenaries, the Alliance would only share missions that were not accepted by large armies with the lower-level mercenaries. Basically, all industries were like this. Thus, Han Xiao raised his arm, and called for help. Countless people responded, and at least half of the mercenaries in the Norios region came. The gathering place was extremely crowded. Mercenaries of all shapes and sizes gathered together, chatting with each other and waiting for the main character to appear. Clap, clap, clapping sounds could be heard from the front of the crowd. Everyone turned around and saw the rumored Black Star. The noisy crowd slowly quieted down like ripples. Pairs of eyes stared at Han Xiao, sizing him up. They coveted Han Zhao's connections, but did not pay much attention to Black Star's strength. Most of the mercenaries were arrogant and unruly. In their eyes, Black Star's strength was only on par with theirs, and he was only lucky enough to be favored by Dragon Emperor Ames. Most of the mercenaries present were only there for Black Star's connections. Han Xiao was not moved, and he said expressionlessly, "Everyone, I'm the organizer of this recruitment. You should all recognize me, right? I won't introduce myself. We're all mercenaries, so I'll skip the formalities. I've received a mission, and the difficulty is not low. The reward is generous, and I need manpower. I'm recruiting you to find partners to complete this mission together. You can think of me as a middleman. The employer will explain the details in detail." Nagajin went on stage and explained the situation in detail. Very quickly, the mercenaries below were in an uproar. Many people were shocked by the fact that there were two calamity-grade enemies. They looked at Han Xiao with disbelief in their eyes, as though they were looking at a dead man. You dare to accept the employment of two A-rank enemies. You've never seen how strong a calamity-grade super is. If you want to die, don't drag us down. The conflict between Ghidorah and Darkstar was known by everyone in the Shattered Star Ring. Most of the mercenaries stayed away from it and were not willing to get involved. Many people immediately had the intention to leave. Han Xiao said with a deep voice, "Our mission is not to fight against the enemy, but there are certain risks. If you're not willing to accept, you can leave now. For those who stay, after this mission, I'll sign a cooperation contract with you and share my employment resources." Hearing this, many people were conflicted. If they could become Black Star's collaborators, they would have better employment opportunities. It was like starting a company. Running around looking for projects was naturally not as good as working with a large corporation and sharing projects easily. Many mercenaries did not dare take the risk and left. The crowd quickly thinned out, and Han Xiao did not stop them. In the end, there were only about 100 people left. These mercenaries were willing to take the risk. Philip read their information, and Han Xiao browsed through it. 3 mercenary groups, 17 solo mercenaries. 4 of them are Grade B supers, and the rest are Grade C supers. It's better than I expected. Han Xiao nodded. Because time was limited, they could not waste too much time. It was already good enough that they could recruit so many people. Han Xiao told the mercenaries to rest first. This time, Nagajin walked over. "What do you plan to do?" Nagajin asked. He had just met up with Han Xiao yesterday, and when they met again, he felt a little embarrassed. As a calamity-grade super, he actually had to rely on a group of mercenaries. This was an embarrassing record in his career. However, he quickly got rid of these useless emotions and focused on the mission. Although he did not know much about Black Star, it did not stop him from treating Han Xiao as a comrade for the time being. Han Xiao pondered. The most anxious ones now are not us, but Darkstar. Anner and Ash's ambush failed, and they definitely know that Ghidorah will send reinforcements. Therefore, they have to capture Oven as soon as possible. On our side, we have to do our best to stop Darkstar's search. Oven's main body has been hiding and does not dare to show up. Therefore, we can't bring him out of Norios. Furthermore, who knows how many Darkstar battleships are hiding around Norios, blocking the route. With the current situation, they had to contact Oven first before they could formulate a plan. Nagajin took out his encrypted communicator and contacted the other party. "Nagajin, didn't you lose?" Oven's voice came from the communicator, but there was no image. In order to prevent others from knowing his location, Oven did not turn on the video projection. Darkstar sent out 2 calamity-grade supers this time. I survived and found helpers. We will help you escape Darkstar's pursuit. New reinforcements are on the way. As long as we stall for time, Darkstar will have no choice but to retreat. You will be safer with our protection. Where are you hiding? I don't need your protection. My main body is very safe, and no one can find me. You have already failed once. If not for my caution, I would have been captured. I would rather believe in myself. 3 of my doppelgangers are in the hands of Darkstar, and they are unable to return to my main body. I have to endure the pain of torture every day, and only one doppelganger can move freely. If you really want to help me, then protect my doppelganger. He is currently being pursued. After hanging up, Nagajan frowned. He had a feeling that he did not know where to start. He was unable to protect his main body, and whether or not he would be found by Darkstar was completely up to fate. Han Shao smiled and said, Darkstar has 3 doppelgangers. Once the doppelgangers are too far away, they will die. As long as the doppelgangers are as far away from each other as possible, they will be able to easily find the edge of the range. Using a simple algorithm, they will be able to locate the center point. Thus, Oven will not be so foolish as to stay in the same location. Nagajan said worriedly, there's one more thing. If we openly recruit mercenaries, Darkstar will very likely get wind of it. They will not sit by and do nothing. I have a rough idea of what they will do. It seems like I will have to take some risks. Han Shao rubbed his chin. He had made up his mind to get involved in this mess midway. In addition to the generous rewards, this was also a good opportunity to get into the upper echelons of Godora. Now that he was strong enough, he could even fight a few rounds with a Class A and retreat would not be a problem. Thus, he was not as afraid as he was before he advanced. Furthermore, he had the advantage of understanding his opponent's abilities. He was confident in his heart and did not panic. If his opponent was Ashes, he felt that he could last longer. Due to the destruction caused by the Class A battle, Darkstar's troops changed to a new secret stronghold to discuss their next move. Anner felt that it was a pity that they did not manage to kill Nagajan. Nagajan must have asked for help, so they had to hurry. At this time, the tracking team in the outside world was monitoring Oven's last doppelganger. There was no time to lose. Anner sent out all his men to prepare to take down the last doppelganger in one fell swoop. However, before this, Darkstar's troops received news that Nagajan had found a new helper. It was the Black Star mercenary. Nagajan still hasn't given up. He wants to fight the 2 of us alone. Anner's face was gloomy, and he revealed a cold smile. Since he doesn't want to hide, we will have the chance to kill him. Originally, he thought that Nagajan would not dare to show himself after being ambushed. Unexpectedly, there was still a chance to kill him. Anner was not shocked, but overjoyed. In fact, when Nagajan was ambushed for the first time in his previous life, he did not suffer any serious injuries. However, he did not give up on the mission. Even without any reinforcements, he fought against the 2 supers of Darkstar alone and was eventually beaten into a cripple. At that time, the other Calamity grade who participated in the battle was not Ashes. During this period of time in his previous life, Ashes was not forced to train in seclusion. Now, he had entered grade a much earlier than in his previous life. A large part of it was due to Han Zhao's butterfly effect, or rather, it was spurred on. What's the use of finding a bunch of mercenaries as helpers? They're just a bunch of mobs. Enner did not think much of it. Only top armies like Sky, Ring, and Blades were qualified for him to pay attention to. Ashes' eyes turned cold. Black Star again. I gave him a chance. Ashes did not put Han Shao in his eyes anymore. However, since Black Star dared to interfere in their affairs, he had to clear the obstacles in his path. Even though Ashes had not decided whether to kill Black Star due to the threat of floating Dragon Island, he had to at least kill all his companions and let him know the price of provoking Dark Star. Black Star might have some kind of talent that allowed him to be immune to his abilities, but his companions were not. Ashes still remembered that he seemed to have broken the arm of one of Han Zhao's companions in the previous battle. It seemed like they had not learned their lesson yet. If they rashly interfered in matters that were none of their business, they would only invite death upon themselves. Anner looked at the intelligence and said, "These mercenaries cannot be left alive. I don't want any unexpected factors." Chapter 470. Ta-ta-ta. Oven hurriedly escaped. He was the last doppelganger on the surface, and the pursuers of Darkstar followed closely behind him. The person chasing him was called Sherman, the vice-captain of Fosthod's team, a grade B super. He had attacked him not long ago, and Oven was running for his life. Before this, he had already sensed that Darkstar was about to make a move, so he had informed Nagajan and the others to request for backup. However, the backup had not arrived yet, and Oven was secretly anxious. Bang! A beam of light as thick as a water bucket pierced through the wall and struck Alvin's body. A magic shield with ripples appeared and blocked most of the damage. The next moment, the magic shield shattered and Alvin was knocked down by the shockwave. He rolled several dozen meters away. Not far behind him, a short and muscular man wearing aiming goggles slowly walked over. He was wearing a light, gray mechanical combat suit, and he was holding a huge gun that was disproportionate to his body. The structure of the gun was complicated, and the caliber was thick. Other than the main cannon, there were also many secondary cannons. It was clearly a multi-purpose gun. This man was Sherman. It was said that he had some dwarf blood and was a cannon master. I only have 3 defensive shield emblems left, so I won't be able to run far. If the reinforcements don't arrive soon, I'll be finished. The people of Darkstar definitely won't show any mercy to me. Alvin's expression was grave, and he knew that the situation was bad. Sherman was expressionless. He raised his gun and aimed at Oven, who was slowly getting up. Don't move, unless you think your legs are too long. Before he finished, the sound of falling from the sky suddenly sounded. Looking up, he saw a guy wearing a knight's battle suit nimbly flying between the gaps between the buildings. The white cape on his shoulders fluttered in the wind, and he quickly approached Sherman from the sky. He was holding a battleship slicing blade that was a few meters long. It was Haluz, who had rushed over to help. Sherman raised his gun and fired without hesitation. Bang, bang, bang. Thick beams of light came straight at him. Haluz's eyes were sharp, and he slashed out with his blade. Before the beams could reach him, they turned into bright explosions, and there was a continuous roar. He passed through the hot cannon fire, and the moment he was about to land, Haluz slashed at Sherman's head fiercely. However, Sherman had already started dodging a second ago. Boom! The blade slashed the ground, creating a gully along the direction of the slash. Silver-white flames erupted from the gully like magma, and the gully continued to extend for dozens of meters. Reinforcement? Sherman was blown away by the shockwave. He squatted on the ground and stared at Haluz. He licked his lips and tasted a sweet, fishy taste. He was instantly filled with murderous intent. At this time, many of the recruited mercenaries appeared and protected Oven. Oven heaved a sigh of relief. Someone is finally here. Hundreds of mercenaries were glaring at him, but Sherman did not panic. He pointed at Haluz, who had made him suffer a small loss, and shot himself in the head with a grin on his face. This action meant that he had his eyes on Haluz. The next moment, the people from Darkstar arrived at the same time. There were about the same number of people, and there were even more elites. Anner walked out from the crowd, looked around, and said with a deep voice, "People from Godora, don't hide at the side. You can't escape my senses." Hearing that, Nagajan walked out. The 2 grade A supers were at each other's throats. With a serious expression, he said with a deep voice, "Where's the other person?" Anner did not reply. He glanced around and counted the number of mercenaries, upon which he frowned. Most of the mercenaries that he had recruited were here, and there should be no one in the enemy's base. He knew that Ember would be empty-handed. However, it did not matter, as Ember would not take long to return. If he attacked from the front and back, he would be able to cut off the enemy's path of retreat. They were all enemies, and neither side had any thoughts about their plans. They did not say anything and looked at each other in the eyes. As if a taut string had been cut, the battle began. The battle erupted. Selah! Anner's body expanded and turned into a strange-looking monster in the blink of an eye. He was 4 to 5 meters tall, had a triangular flat head, and a streamlined beast body. His skin was rough and filled with small holes. He was using these to control the wind pressure. He had a long tail behind him, and his front and back limbs turned into thick and powerful claws. On his back were 8 weird bone limbs that looked a little like wings, but they were special organs that extended out from his ribs like hollow jets. They allowed the high-pressure air to circulate between his internal organs and the outside world, allowing him to fly and balance the internal and external pressure to protect his body at high speed. This form was what Anner looked like after his transformation. His nickname was Wind Demon, and he had the special ability to control the air. Bang! Anner's 8 jets spewed out high-pressure air at the same time, and he suddenly accelerated. He crossed a few hundred meters in a flash and collided with Nagajan. With him as the cone, there were invisible wind pressure cannons on both sides of his body. The air turned into shock waves and swept across. Rumble! As the wind pressure cannons passed by, the ground cracked, and the windows of the buildings on both sides of the street shattered. The steel structures bent, and everyone present found it difficult to breathe as if they were in a storm. Nagajan broke through the wind curtain and punched Anner's body. The golden flames and the invisible wind pressure created a shockwave, and both of them were sent flying. A circle of gray dust appeared at the point of impact, and a circular crater with a diameter of a few meters appeared on the ground. When he raised his head again, Anner's body had disappeared, and only the wind was still blowing. Nagajan had seen this ability before. The small holes on Anner's body controlled the air to cover his entire body, forming a shield and absorbing light in a certain way so that his body would no longer reflect light. Thus, others could not see Anner's body. The 2 Calamity-grade supers had to restrain each other, or the others fighting on the side would be in danger. Nagajan was prepared. Just one Anner was enough to force him to go all out. If there was another person, he would definitely lose. Black Star said that the enemy will most likely split into 2 groups. There should be 1 Calamity-grade supers who will rely on his own strength to attack our base alone. He chose to stay behind and restrain the enemy. Only by holding back 1 Calamity-grade supers will we have a chance to save people. However, he's only a Grade B super, and a Calamity-grade supers are too dangerous for him. Can he really do it? Nagajan was secretly worried. At the same time, in another location, Ashes slowly stepped into the mercenary stronghold. He was prepared to kill everyone, but it was pitch black inside, and there seemed to be no one in sight. Everyone gave up on the stronghold and moved together with Ghidorah. Looks like I made a wasted trip. Let's go and meet up with Anner. Ashes was expressionless. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, the lights suddenly turned on, and the stronghold's broadcast suddenly sounded. Don't go. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Ashes narrowed his eyes. This voice is so familiar. He raised his head and looked at the surveillance camera in the corner. Black Star. Ashes, this is the nickname Darkstar gave you. You don't have a real name. When you were very young, you were accepted by Darkstar. They saw your talent and used you as a weapon, undergoing all kinds of harsh training. You're not from Ghidorah, but you were instilled with hatred that did not belong to you. Darkstar trained you to be loyal, but in their eyes, you're just a useful tool. Your beliefs are meaningless because they are not your true thoughts. Han Shao continued to speak. His tone was calm, but his words were harsh. Because of the information from his previous life, he understood Ash's life. He had killed countless people and was very hateful. But even hateful people had their pitiful sides. If he had lived a different life, if he had not been adopted by Darkstar and had grown up normally, perhaps he would not have become the infamous Ember in the future. Perhaps he would have his own name. Perhaps he would not have given up everything only to be treated as an abandoned child whose value had been drained. Ashes subconsciously clenched his fists and then released them. He had no intention of talking back. He said indifferently, "The other mercenaries have all left. Why are you the only one who stayed?" "Of course I'm waiting for you." Click, a metal door opened, and Han Shao walked out. His eyes met with Ashes. Meeting again after a short separation, their eyes were exceptionally red. Darkstar had sent out 2 Calamity-grade supers, and Han Shao guessed that the other party would definitely want to maximize their advantage. Thus, he sent one of them to act alone. From a strategic perspective, it would be more flexible. Thankfully, his guess was correct. Indeed, There was one calamity-grade supers who relied on their individual strength to split up. During the recruitment, Han Xiao knew that he would not be able to hide it from Dark Star. If the enemy wanted to charge into the base alone, the person who came was most likely to be Ashes. This was because his ability was most suitable for group fights. As long as a carbon-based creature was weaker than him, he would be able to kill them in an instant. Thus, Han Xiao got the majority of the mercenaries to help Nagajin. These people would only be sending themselves to their deaths if they stayed. Only he would be able to stall Ashes. The longer he delayed, the higher the chances of Nagajin's rescue. In terms of protracted battles, he was extremely confident. Wait for me. Ash's expression changed. You want to stall me alone? Well, I'm not alone. Han Xiao shrugged. A light flashed beside him, and Erosia, who had turned into energy, floated beside him. Other than her, there were also a few mercenaries in another monitoring room who were focused on the screen. This group of mercenaries was deliberately left behind by Han Xiao. Their mission was to detonate the explosives placed all over the building at the appropriate time to stall Ashes. At this moment, their palms were sweaty and their breathing was rapid. Their nervousness was written all over their faces. Their nervousness was understandable. After all, the enemy in the surveillance screen was a calamity-grade supers. To be fair, if they were in Han Xiao's position, they felt that they would not even be able to speak properly. They could not help but worry for Han Xiao. They felt that when the enemy attacked, Black Star would be in big trouble. If Black Star died, their plan to gain connections with the Black Star Alliance would be ruined. Ashes moved his fingers, but his Esper ability did not sense Erosia. He shook his head and said, "So, your trump card is this energy life form. Do you think you can stop me like this?" Han Xiao played with a compressed orb and said with a smile, "The last time we fought, we still haven't decided the winner. Are you afraid?" Ashes heard this and only felt that it was funny. He had crossed the threshold and entered the next level. He did not understand where Han Xiao's confidence came from. Did he still think that he was at the same level as before? You overestimate yourself. Ash's tone turned cold. Although you're alone, it's not bad to get rid of you. It's also a small wish of mine. When you're dead, it won't be too late for me to help. A rustling sound was heard, as if countless particles were rubbing and colliding, but it quickly turned into a rumbling sound like a torrent. Around Ashes, countless carbon particles were like an unpredictable black cloud, spreading wildly, almost filling half of the stronghold. Now, Ash's Esper ability covered a wider range, and he could control it more freely. He could make more flexible changes. Countless carbon particles were stuck to the surface and lining of his clothes, just like a weapon he carried with him. He was not afraid of fighting in a carbon-free environment. This is the power of a grade A. Several mercenaries in the monitoring room swallowed. They only felt a pressure coming from the screen. Their legs went soft, and they almost wanted to turn around and run. However, the next moment, they saw Han Xiao's body shake. Electric currents surged in all directions, connecting to the ceiling, the ground, and every compressed orb in the corner. With him as the center, it was as if a spider web of electricity had spread out. Ka. In an instant, hundreds of machines were deployed at the same time. The scale was spectacular. These compressed orbs had been set up long ago. Long before the battle, Han Xiao had finished setting up the field. The entire stronghold was a trap he had set up. Chapter 471. Ka. The sound of the mechanical components expanding instantly drowned out the sound of Ash's carbon particles rubbing against each other. Along the walls and corners, hundreds of cannons suddenly expanded their bases, and the triple-headed large-caliber cannons exuded a ferocious aura. Most of the gunpowder cannons have been replaced with electromagnetic cannons, and 10 laser cannons have been added to increase their penetrative power. High energy control allowed Han Xiao to obtain energy weapon technology. Dong. The cannons let out a furious roar, and the large-caliber cannon's sound was loud and full. The metal of the cannons vibrated and buzzed. 30 to 40 Black Panther-type mechanical beasts pounced out, and the rapid-fire cannons on their shoulders kept firing. On the ceiling, mechanical spiders with a cold gleam crawled along the walls. Other than the Black Panther mechanical beasts, Han Shao also created small mechanical beasts, which are the mechanical insect series. Other than spiders, there are also centipedes, scorpions, mechanical bees, and so on. He only needed one mechanical spider blueprint, and he could draw inferences from it and create different insect-type mechanical blueprints. Philip commanded all of these mechanical beasts to attack Ashes. The black cloud of carbon particles in the air suddenly shrank, turning into a sphere and enveloping Ashes tightly. The outer layer turned into diamond, and the dense rain of bullets hit it. The diamond layer exploded layer by layer, but the shattered parts turned back into particles and filled the gap again. The shield was almost endless. Seeing this, Han Zhao's face twitched. This is the sand shield? Shameless. At this moment, Ash's indifferent voice came from the diamond ball. Even if you set up a trap in advance, even if you're immune to my carbon element deconstruction, in front of my current ability, the only outcome for you is a complete defeat. Boom. The next moment, the front of the diamond ball suddenly turned into a turbulent black wave, crashing down like an avalanche. More than 10 mechanical beasts were swept in and turned into piles of scrap metal in the blink of an eye. Not only were there signs of being crushed, but there were also signs of being crazily cut up. This power is a little strange. It can instantly destroy the mechanical beast's armor? Han Shao did not have the time to observe. He clapped his palms together, and a compressed orb from each of his bracelets unfolded, turning into 32 platinum-colored floating shuttles. They arranged themselves in a circle and suspended behind Han Shao. A laser beam shot out from the tip of each of the shuttles. Every 4 beams were focused on one point, forming 8 light spots in front of Han Shao. Following that, there was some kind of reaction between the light spots. A line connected the 8 light spots, forming a halo. The middle part of the halo seemed to have been painted with a brush, and a mirror-like golden light energy shield appeared. The black tide surged and slammed into the golden shield. Like a wave crashing into a reef, it turned into a black stream of water that split into 2 sides. Under the control of Ashes, the black tide that slid away came back from behind Han Shao. At the same time, the arrangement of the floating shield shuttles changed. The 8 light spots were arranged in a 3-dimensional manner, forming a shield in front of and behind Han Shao, forming a trapezoid. The black tide attacked back and forth like a tide. The trapezoid energy shield flickered with electricity, but it did not move at all. Floating shield shuttles, halo array. High energy control was the core knowledge of the mechanic class. Han Shao had created quite a number of good things during this period. This halo array was like a strengthened version of the sonic sphere, combining both offense and defense. Han Shao narrowed his eyes and observed the black tide. He immediately discovered the reason for its strange power. The black tide was only the form on the surface. In the fine areas, some of the carbon elements turned into diamond shards, spinning at high speed in different directions. It was like the mouth of a worm that was filled with sharp teeth. It was also like a wheel saw, having extremely strong cutting power. In this large black tide, there were at least a few hundred diamond wheel saws. It was like an undercurrent, and it was difficult to notice if one did not look carefully. It was no wonder that the mechanical beasts were destroyed in an instant. This meant that if the black cloud of carbon particles covered a building, it would be able to cut it into pieces in a few seconds. Its destructive power was far beyond the form on the surface. It was like a group of metal-eating ants that could turn an elephant into a skeleton in an instant. Although he was very tanky, he did not want to use his delicate body to experience such power. As expected of a calamity-grade super, he could not do such fine and conflicting operations in the past. His control of his Esper ability has improved. I have to be more careful, Han Shao thought, as he said that the Void Dragon mechanical suit appeared on his body, and he charged toward Ashes. It was difficult to break through Ash's defense in a mid-range battle. He would only have a chance if he got close. Aroshia turned into a stream of light and entered Ash's diamond ball. These particles could only make her energy body ripple, but could not form an effective attack. After energizing, her immunity to physical damage was extremely high. The light of an energy explosion shone through the diamond ball. Ashes was blasted by Erosia, and he could not help but retreat. He dispelled the diamond ball and turned it into a flat shield. He had to ensure that his vision was clear. This energy life form was immune to most physical damage, and it made him feel uncomfortable. Countless bullets created sparks on the diamond shield. Ashes glanced at it, and with a wave of his hand, the black cloud suddenly dispersed and no longer condensed. It turned into black sand, and the carbon particles entered the gaps of the machinery, destroying the internal circuits of the machinery. BZZT. Sparks exploded at the same time, and a large number of machines were paralyzed. The battle is over. Ashes sneered. As long as these machines were destroyed, the mechanic would be like a tiger without its teeth. Black Star countered his Esper ability, and he countered Black Star in the same way. However, looking up, Ashes realized that Han Xiao did not stop at all. It was as if he was indifferent to this. Han Xiao rushed in front of Ashes, and a complicated melee machine appeared in his hand. It was very heavy and almost 2 meters long. It looked like a giant sword with a guard, but it had a very high-tech feel. Its shape was not the ancient cold weapon type, but more like a gun with a barrel. This was a weapon of the same type called high-frequency strike cannon. It was a multi-purpose melee machine weapon. The new weapon replaced the electromagnetic scythe that could no longer keep up with its strength. The blade was embedded in the mechanical structure that covered the armor. The blade vibrated at a high frequency at an indiscernible range with extremely strong cutting power. Beside the blade, there were 2 rows of cannon muzzles with holes. Every time the blade hit the target, these holes would spew out gunpowder and explode. It could also cause thermal explosions and electromagnetic overclocking to enter the second form of overpower, just like weapon liberation. Sparks and lightning, violent and cool. Bang, 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 bang. Ashes kept controlling the diamond shield to block. He frowned slightly. Melee was not his strong suit. He retracted the particles around his body and wanted to use the same move to destroy Han Zhao's mech. However, a few vibrating sonic spheres that followed Han Zhao's movements ruined his plan. The sonic waves were released toward Han Xiao, forming a sonic shield on the surface of his body. When the carbon particles got close, they would be bounced away and could not stick to the surface of the mech at all. The 3 of them fought fiercely. Ashes' expression was no longer as relaxed as before. Han Xiao made him feel that he was a little difficult to deal with. It seemed that he was not the only one who had improved. He originally thought that he could quickly finish off Black Star, but now he was actually being held back. In Ashes' expectations, only Nagajan was more difficult to deal with. Now, he realized that Black Star was not easy to deal with either. However, Ashes felt that this was a good opportunity. Discovering this in advance was much better than being caught off guard in a chaotic battle. The enemy had split into 2, and Black Star was taking the risk to hold him back. He did not have many helpers around him, so this was the best opportunity to get rid of a strong enemy. With that thought, Ashes' expression changed. He originally wanted to find Anner as soon as possible, but now he did not mind spending more time to get rid of any future problems. At this time, Han Xiao, who was in the midst of the fierce battle, let out a light laugh. Your eyes are not bad. I can feel a stronger, murderous aura. It seems like you want to waste more time with me. I don't think this is a waste of time. Ashes coldly said, most of your machinery is paralyzed, and I will be able to dismantle this mechanical suit of yours sooner or later. By then, what other tricks do you have? What other tricks do I have? Han Xiao laughed, and his tone suddenly changed. Then feel it with your body. Mechanical force gushed out like a shock wave, sweeping through all the machinery. The next moment, the paralyzed machinery was reactivated by waste modification, and all weapons were on standby. War mechanics were born for war. Boom, boom. Ember was caught off guard and was sent flying. His face was covered in dirt, but he quickly used his ability to block the follow-up attack. Although it was not a big deal, although he was not injured, he was indeed injured. Ashes suddenly raised his head, and rage surged in his eyes. The pain had awakened the memory of Han Xiao in his body. The humiliation that was gradually fading away was suddenly revived at this moment. Chapter 472. The two of them fought passionately, and the mercenaries in the monitoring room were dumbfounded. Black Star was actually able to fight evenly with a Calamity-grade super? The first thought that came to their minds was that their opponent might not be as strong as he looked. Although they had never seen the strength of a Calamity-grade super before, they had heard too many rumors about how terrifying a Calamity-grade super was and how they could kill a Grade B super effortlessly. However, after seeing the battle between Han Xiao and Ashes, perhaps the strength of a Calamity-grade super was not as exaggerated as the rumors said. This group of mercenaries gained a little confidence. "I'm going down to help." A mercenary with a big beard suddenly stood up and took out his gun. The others were shocked. Although the enemy was not as strong as they had imagined, it was better to stay here quietly. Why did they have to take the risk? The bearded mercenary looked at the others with disdain. He felt that this was an opportunity. Since it was not that dangerous, going down to help would be a good opportunity to perform in front of Black Star and leave a deep impression. He was a solo mercenary, and he might even have the chance to be recruited into the Black Star mercenary. This person hurriedly left the monitoring room. The others did not dare follow him and could only look at the monitoring screen. The bearded mercenary rushed to the battlefield. The commotion caused by the battle made him nervous and regretful. He took a deep breath and told himself that he would seek riches in danger. Following which, he barged through the door with a bang, raised his gun, and fired at Ash's back. He purposely shouted, "Black Star, I'm here to support you. Quick!" Pa! In the blink of an eye, before the bearded mercenary could finish his words, his body collapsed and dust leaked out from his clothes. He died just like that? The eyes of the mercenaries in the monitoring room were wide open, and fear appeared on their faces. "Not strong, my ass. That was so scary. A Calamity-grade super is too scary. We should just hide here and watch the show." The courage that this group of mercenaries had just sprouted was immediately thrown out of the window, and they were instantly terrified. Only then did the few of them understand that Black Star, who was able to fight a Calamity-grade super, was not as weak as the other mercenaries had privately discussed. It was likely that the group of Grade B mercenaries who secretly thought highly of themselves and looked down on Black Star would not be able to beat Black Star, even if they worked together. Sure enough, his reputation was well-deserved. On the battlefield, Han Xiao was puzzled. Why didn't this bearded mercenary hide properly? Did Aesop possess him and deliberately run down to seek death? At this time, Ashes used the same trick again, wanting to paralyze these machines again. He did not believe that Han Xiao could continuously restore the machines. His guess was right. Han Xiao indeed could not use waste modification indefinitely. Other than the number of times it could be used, it also consumed a lot of energy. However, Han Xiao knew that these carbon particles were as important to Ashes as machines were to him. Without them, his combat power would be greatly reduced. For this, Han Xiao had already made preparations. With a snap of his fingers, the trap machine that had not been activated lit up. In the black tide, spherical light shields appeared one after another, capturing the carbon particles. The black cloud instantly became much thinner. These machines were not anything special, but very ordinary shield generators. They were not traps in the traditional sense. However, in Han Xiao's eyes, all machines could be traps. These shields covered a large number of carbon particles, which was equivalent to trapping them, turning them into a reverse prison. Even though Ashes could still control these carbon particles, he had to break the shields, which was a waste of time. Not only that, it also distracted him. This move instantly weakened Ash's actual combat power. The material of this stronghold was alloys that did not contain carbon, and Han Xiao's machines did not use carbon steel. Other than the mercenaries who had just come down to deliver their heads, Ashes did not have anywhere to replenish the carbon particles. The range of his Esper ability was not small, but even if he could extract carbon from outside the stronghold, it would take time unless he extracted his own carbon. The remaining carbon particles suddenly revolved around Ashes, turning into a cutting tornado that wanted to drill through the ceiling. Ashes had already realized that this terrain was very disadvantageous to him. He wanted to change the battlefield so that he could unleash several times his current combat power in the outside world. However, Ashes did not realize that his attitude toward Han Xiao had changed. From the initial contempt to now, he even began to seriously consider the influence of the terrain on the battle. He felt pressure from Han Xiao, a Grade B super, and saw him as an opponent that could threaten him. At this time, Han Xiao did not retreat. Instead, he charged toward the dangerous cutting tornado and shouted, "Explode!" Boom! The mercenaries in the monitoring room hurriedly detonated the bomb. The stronghold collapsed, and countless steel fragments fell. Han Xiao respected Calamity Grade supers very much, so the explosives he buried were especially heavy. Explosions were art. The entire building where the stronghold was located began to collapse. The floor fell, and the two of them entered a state of weightlessness. Rumble. The surroundings were filled with falling debris, and the choking smoke covered their vision. It was as if the earth was shaking. Ashes hurriedly formed a diamond board under his feet to balance himself. He wanted to fly out of the collapsed building and use the remaining carbon particles to destroy the falling debris. Who? The dust in the distance whistled. After fighting for so long, Ashes had already recognized that this was the sound of the high-frequency strike cannon. He knew that Han Xiao was chasing after him like a mad dog. Even if he did not want to fight in the complicated falling environment, Ashes had no choice but to respond. Suddenly, a black shadow appeared in front of his eyes, blocking his vision. Ashes was shocked. He could not see anything. No matter what he did, he could not get rid of the shadow. Furthermore, he could not touch this thing either. He did not know what this thing was. At the same time, the sound of wind breaking was getting closer and closer. It was mixed with the rumbling of the collapsing building, making it difficult to determine the direction. Ashes could only set up the diamond ball defense again. Clang! A hard object was inserted into the ball shield. Ashes immediately performed a micro-maneuver. The moment the ball shield came into contact with the object, a hole opened up and caught the hard object. It was obviously a strike cannon. Although he could not see, Ember immediately dispelled the other unknown diamond shields and turned them into piercing spears, shooting in the direction of the hard object. In his estimation, he should be able to hit Han Xiao, who was holding a weapon. However, he did not hit anything. Not good. Ashes immediately reacted, but it was too late. A mech's large hand grabbed the back of his head from behind, and without a word, a void jet spray was shot. At the same time, Han Xiao also used the leader's character summon card, armor-piercing combo. The next 5 seconds of attacks would have a certain armor-piercing effect and reduce the target's defense by 24%. Boom! Ashes felt as if he was struck by lightning. His brain buzzed, and he saw stars. His Esper ability stagnated for a moment. It was at this moment that the board under his feet collapsed, and the two of them fell together with the collapsing building. Walala, smoke and dust hit their faces, and the sound of collapsing and whistling echoed in their ears. Before this, Han Xiao had used the chaotic environment to create a diversion. He used void projection to block Ashes' vision and threw out melee weapons. He then activated void travel to silently appear behind Ashes and attack from the back. This was a rare opportunity. At this moment, Han Xiao would not let go and did not conserve his energy. Void Jet Spray was the Void Dragon Mech's attack ability. It did not have a cooldown, but if it was used again within 10 seconds, the energy consumption would increase by 30%. Remaining energy 42% hum. Remaining 26% hum. Energy almost depleted hum. The mech's energy was drained rapidly, and Philip's notification echoed in the mech's helmet. Ashes hurriedly gathered energy in his body. No matter what profession, energy had a common use. and that was to increase resistance for a short period of time. After being hit repeatedly, Ashes had no choice but to focus on protecting himself. His control over his Esper ability had decreased by 70 to 80%. Han Xiao had already seen some of Ash's attributes through the interface. He was also a boss, so his resistance and HP were both very high. Furthermore, he was an A-rank boss, so his HP was not lower than Han Xiao's. Thus, he did not dare to be stingy at this moment. Gene Liberation, Overload, and various other explosive skills were used one after another. There was also Hela's character's summon card, which could weaken the target's focus to a certain extent. This series of explosive attacks was extremely fast. The collapse process was only halfway done, and the two of them were still falling weightlessly. Ash's head was pressed down. The humiliation and pain made him furious. Although he could not see behind him, he could feel that Han Xiao's energy waves were weakening. This meant that there was not much energy left in his mechanical suit, so this meant that Han Xiao's outburst was about to end. Although he had suffered some losses, at least he had achieved his goal. Once he reached the outside world, as long as he could hold on until he landed, this would be his home ground. The last Void Jet spray had drained all of the mecha's energy. Ember noticed this and endured the headache, saying hoarsely, "You're out of energy. Just wait for me to drag you out of this tortoise shell and grind you into minced meat." Han Xiao heard this and gritted his teeth. Erosia was not affected by gravity. She had been chasing after the two of them as they fell. Her golden body passed through pieces of building debris, and upon hearing Han Xiao's words, she turned into a stream of light and suddenly accelerated. She stuck close to Han Xiao's back and opened her arms as if she was hugging him from behind. Her energy body melted like liquid and flowed into the mech's energy core. At this moment, the Void Dragon mech's energy value was instantly filled to the brim. Energy remaining, 327%. Circuit overload. Please release excess energy as soon as possible. To him, Erosia's ability was like a large reserve battery. Han Xiao tightened his grip and clamped Ash's head like an iron hoop. The wind tore his voice apart. "Energy, I have plenty of it. Are you ready for a severe concussion?" Boom, boom, boom. Feeling the energy surge behind him, Ash's eyes widened. He was shocked and angry. He finally felt that things were not going well. The situation was out of control. This feeling reminded him of all the times he had fought with Han Xiao, and he gritted his teeth in anger. Every time, this bastard always had different methods. The series of explosions drowned out his thoughts. The two of them fell from the sky all the way to the ground. The huge impact made them dizzy. Their bodies were in extreme pain, as if their bones were about to fall apart. They could not get up for a while. At this moment, the shadow on the ground expanded rapidly. The next second, the collapsed building came crashing down. Boom! Smoke and dust billowed. Chapter 473. The commotion caused by the collapse of the building alerted the pedestrians. The crowd gathered in the distance, pointing at the ruins. They were all shocked and confused. In the sky, the flying vehicles that were passing by turned around and stopped in midair. They looked down at the mess on the ground and watched. 2 people had destroyed a building. Although the commotion was not as big as 3 grade A's destroying a few streets, the people of Norios were very concerned about this kind of phenomenon. How's Black Star? Who won? A few mercenaries who detonated the explosives had already escaped from the stronghold. They flew in the air and hurriedly looked for the 2 people in the rubble. Walala. The mech's palms slowly pushed aside the huge debris that weighed several tons. The biochemical muscles expanded to provide strength. Han Xiao climbed out with difficulty. He held his knees and bent over, panting. "TSK, a few of my ribs are broken." Han Xiao felt a dull pain in his chest. An entire building had smashed into him. Even though the Void Dragon mechanical suit's defense was strong, its durability dropped from 60 to 30%. The bone-white armor was filled with grayish-black scratches, and some of the gaps were still flashing with sparks. However, the equipment passive, indestructible strength, was triggered, and the resistance of the mechanical suit was doubled. Some of the damage had penetrated the mech's defense. Han Xiao looked at the interface. The terrain damage was flooding the screen. He had lost more than 4,000 HP, and there was also a slight fracture and a slight stun status. The main source of damage was from the collapsed debris. Thousands of tons of heavy object had smashed onto him. When he was falling, he was fully focused on attacking and let Philip take over the control of the mech. Thus, he did not need to be distracted. When he landed, he and Ashes were bounced to different positions. Philip used the halo array to form a shield and blocked most of the heavy objects. Otherwise, the damage would have been more than that. Due to the collapse, most of the mech was buried under the rubble. However, he still had more than 70 compressed orbs on him, so he still had the ability to fight. Orochio was separated from the mech. Han Xiao had used up a lot of energy and was floating beside him. Thick smoke billowed, and his vision was limited. Han Xiao looked around for traces of Ember. It was not that easy to kill a Calamity-grade super, but this series of attacks was enough to give Ashes a hard time. Ashes did not have the powerful physique of a pugilist of the same level or a body-strengthening Esper ability. When he did not use his Esper ability to defend himself, his resistance would not be too high. Sha sha sha. At this time, a familiar friction sound was heard. Han Zhao's face changed, and he hurriedly jumped away. He saw 3 thick black spears hit the spot where he originally stood. They pierced through the ruins and easily drilled out a large hole with a diameter of more than 10 meters. These black spears were made of carbon particles. The smoke and dust dispersed in the wind. Han Xiao took a closer look and saw that the black tide was several times larger than before, covering an area of 200 to 300 meters. Its shape was unpredictable, and it was still growing. In the outside world, Ashes could absorb an endless amount of carbon particles. All of a sudden, the black tide condensed into one, and the carbon particles formed a lifelike black python. It was 20 to 30 meters thick and 100 meters long. It coiled its body and looked at Han Xiao, spitting out its tongue. It looked like a real living creature. On top of the snake's head was a figure. It was Ashes. Ashes was supposed to be majestic and awe-inspiring, but at this moment, he was in a very sorry state. His nanomaterial clothes were full of holes, and he looked quite avant-garde. Blood was flowing from his forehead, and half of his face was dark red. The skin on the back of his head, the back of his neck, and the front of his neck were completely torn apart. There were obvious scars left by the void ejections. Ash's face was filled with pain as he glared angrily. Every attack from Han Xiao was aimed at his head. Ashes had to focus on activating his Esper ability and had no choice but to endure the tearing pain in his head. This also affected his control of his Esper ability. He could no longer make any subtle movements and could only continue to expand the scale of the carbon particles. That Calamity-grade super is heavily injured. In the sky, a few mercenaries were in disbelief. They had all witnessed Ember's strength, and one of them had even personally experienced it. However, not only was Black Star not at a disadvantage, he had even severely injured this grade, a super who was considered a high-level combatant in the galaxy. That was a little fierce. The eyes of the surrounding crowd were immediately attracted to Ashes. In reality, it was difficult not to notice such a huge black snake. This isn't good. Han Xiaoxin knew that the situation had become unfavorable. For them to be able to fight like this, the arrangements they had made in advance were an important reason. Although he had heavily injured Ashes and affected his combat ability, he was still far from killing him. Now that they were in the outside world, Ashes could fully utilize his abilities. If he wanted to deal damage to Ashes again, the difficulty would be many times higher. There would not be as good an opportunity as before. He has already turned his attention to me. I only need to delay him and wait for Nagajan to succeed. Han Xiao thought. He would not lose his calm judgment of the situation just because he had the upper hand. He was very clear that if they continued to fight, it would be his turn to suffer. Not wanting to continue fighting, The Void Dragon mechanical suit expanded its mechanical wings, and Han Shao soared into the sky. He turned around and fled after taking advantage of the situation. Don't even think about escaping. Embark roared, and the black python beneath him soared into the air, carrying him as it flew behind Han Shao, chasing after him relentlessly. Han Shao curled his lips. Escape? Bullish asterisk T. This is called strategic retreat. Black spears shot out one after another. Han Shao twisted and turned at high speed, dodging them all. He looked back and heaved a sigh of relief. Luckily, Ashes had caught up. This guy was indeed enraged. Avoiding a direct confrontation and letting Ashes chase after him would buy him more time. Han Shao did not have the hobby of fighting force with force. The two of them, one running and one chasing, shuttled between buildings. The 100-meter-long black python was very eye-catching, and its size was still growing. Along the way, the flying vehicles hurriedly dodged. Those that could not dodge in time were all sucked in and crushed. Even the buildings that brushed past, it had a large part of their structure bitten off. The momentum was astonishing. Compared to the black snake, Han Zhao's body was just like a flying insect. Woo-woo! An alarm sounded in the distance, and the security team's shuttle rushed over. The destruction caused by Ashes seriously affected the stability of the city. The security team would definitely not sit idly by. Beep beep. You have a call request. Hum. A notification sounded in the helmet. Han Shao approved the call, and Nagajan's shiny golden face appeared on the tactical screen. Oven's doppelganger is already safe. Enter blew 2 streets away, and a Calamity Gray traveler happened to be passing by. He was sucked in and tried to help, but Anner was too fast. We could only force him back. A Calamity Grade super that was passing by? This news was unexpected. Han Shao thought that he would have to stall for a while longer. His face twitched, and he sighed. Norios was really full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. He could not help but think back to the first time he met Oven in the car. This guy's luck seemed to be even better than Halu's. This time, he had probably gotten lucky. Black Star, hang in there. We'll go back and support you immediately. Nagajan's tone was hurried. The way he saw it, Han Shao was holding Ashes back by himself, and the risk was too high. He was probably being pressed to the ground by the enemy. After ending the call, Han Zhao's eyes flashed. Nagajan was done, and he did not plan to continue fighting with Ashes. He turned around, suddenly turned on the loudspeaker in his helmet, and said loudly to Ashes, "Do you really think you can kill me? Do you really think you can kill me? Have you forgotten about my other abilities?" Ashes heard this, and his expression suddenly changed. He remembered that when he was on Floating Dragon Island, Han Shao had displayed the ability to instantly recover to his peak state. This meant that the battle would not end in a short time. The security team is on their way, and the Grade A Guardian hire by the Norios Financial Group will not allow you to do as you please. My companions have already defeated Anner and will be here soon. If you want to continue playing, I'll accompany you, Han Shao purposely said with a smug tone. Ash's expression was uncertain, and he clenched his teeth tightly. He was extremely unwilling to give up, and he was in a dilemma. Continuing to fight would be a waste of time. Not only would it be difficult to get rid of Black Star, but he would also be surrounded. However, retreating like this made him extremely sullen. He had been beaten up, and he could not get anything out of it, so he still had to retreat. This was too much. The sound of the alarm was getting closer and closer, and Ashes realized that Han Shao had reduced his flying speed. Ash's expression was as cold as ice, and the scars on his back and neck were throbbing with pain. The dizziness in his head kept reminding him of how bad his body's condition was. The confidence and pride he had when he entered the Calamity Grade was completely gone after this battle. Black Star's name was even more deeply imprinted in his heart than before. Accompanied by pain, this impression was almost seeped into his bones. I was wrong. I underestimated you. Next time, no matter what your standard is, no matter if you have machinery or not, no matter if you're at full strength or heavily injured, I won't be careless against you again. His anger disappeared, and his expression became complicated. After taking a deep look at Han Xiao, Ember turned around decisively. The black snake collapsed and turned into a black cloud. Like a black mountain demon, it ran away with a demonic wind. I'm finally safe. Han Xiao hurriedly stopped and let out a long sigh of relief. Although he looked relaxed on the surface, he was actually under a lot of pressure. If he fought with Ashes head-on in an unfavorable terrain, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. If all his machinery was destroyed, Aurora's Life's Return character summon card would be useless. He could only use it 6 times at most. He had already used it once before, and it was forced out by Ashes. He did not wait for Nagajin to come back and surround him. Instead, he warned Ashes to retreat because if Ashes wanted to escape, it would be very difficult for them to stop him. Instead, the other mercenaries and officers would be at risk of being killed instantly. Glancing at the approaching security team, Han Technician did not want to be questioned, so he sped around the building and avoided the security team. At the same time, Nagajin arrived at the stronghold with his men. The moment he saw the ruined building, the mercenaries' eyes widened. On the way, the group of mercenaries had a pessimistic attitude. Blackstar was stalling a grade A super by himself, so he would definitely be tortured. They were extremely worried. However, as soon as they returned, they saw the ruins that were obviously caused by a fierce battle. Including Nagajin, almost everyone was stunned. What happened here while we were not here? Chapter 474. When the few mercenaries who had stayed behind saw Nagakin and the others returning, they hastily landed and quickly walked forward. Both parties converged, and the hundreds of people who had gone out to rescue the others learned about what had happened here from the few mercenaries' lively and animated descriptions. Other than Herluz and the other direct subordinates of the Black Star mercenary, everyone else had looks of disbelief on their faces. Black Star was actually able to fight evenly with a Calamity grade super and even severely injure him. This was the complete opposite of what they had imagined. Everyone was dumbfounded and speechless for a moment. Even Herluz was a little stunned. Is he really that strong? Nagajin, on the other hand, was energized. He originally did not have much confidence, but he did not expect Black Star to be so strong. This time, Nagajin received a message. Han Xiao told them to dig out the machinery under the ruins and then gather at another place to not attract too much attention. Nagakin turned around to take a look. More and more spectators had gathered, and the law enforcement team and construction team were rushing over. Recently, too many areas had been destroyed by the shock waves of the battle, and the Norias Financial Group was probably very angry. Nagakin did not want to be entangled with them, so he led everyone to quickly dig up the rubble and dug out machines one after another. He then hurriedly left the scene and headed to the designated location. After waiting for a short while, Han Xiao arrived. The recruited mercenaries all looked at Han Xiao. Their eyes were even more respectful than before, and they automatically made way for Han Xiao. Walking into the middle of the crowd, Han Xiao patted Herluz on the shoulder, smiled, and said, "Ashes was injured by me. At least he has a concussion. Are you happy?" Herluz was stunned for a moment. He subconsciously touched his mechanical arm and nodded. Every time he thought of Ashes, the nerves of his mechanical arm would ache. Hearing that, he smiled widely and felt that he had vented his anger. He was in a good mood and gave Han Xiao a big hug. "Good brother, well done." After exchanging greetings for a while, Han Xiao turned all the machines he had dug out back into compressed orbs and stored them away. He counted them carefully. In the battle with Ashes, he had damaged 30 to 40 machines, and the quality of many of them had dropped by a grade. Other than injuring Ashes, he did not gain much. The biggest gain was that he had accomplished his tactical objective and rescued Oven's last free doppelganger. "We meet again, friend." Oven nodded in greeting. His complexion was very poor, and his lips were pale. He looked very unhealthy. "Nothing good happens every time we meet a mixed-blood god Aura." Han Xiao shook his head. "Where's the grade A super that helped us? Let's go." Doing good deeds without leaving his name, he's probably a superhero. Han Xiao did not find it strange. The greater the power, the greater the responsibility. At least there were people who adhered to this principle. Superheroes were common and did not ask for anything in return. Many powerhouses did not mind occasionally playing the role of a hero and contributing a little. After rescuing the target, Han Xiao discussed the follow-up plan with a few of them. If Darkstar wants to make any progress, they only have two choices. The first is to find a needle in a haystack and find Alvin's main body, which has yet to appear. The second is to snatch the last doppelganger from our hands. Therefore, we have the initiative, and Darkstar is in a very passive situation. They're the ones who are anxious. Nagakin, when will your reinforcements arrive? The War Bureau has dispatched the nearest military base fleet to use the Stargate jump. The journey will take about 12 days. Darkstar will not sit still and wait for reinforcements to arrive. They will definitely send a fleet to hide near Norios. I have a few ideas. Let's find a new stronghold first. I'll tell you in detail. On the other side of the city, the heavily injured Darkstar troops found a secluded place to rest. Although the battle just now was short, it was extremely intense. There were about 15 gray BS on both sides, and the mercenaries had been through hundreds of battles. Their professional standards were very high, and it was difficult to tell who would win. Haluz's battleship Slicing Blade clashed with Sherman's laser cannon. Wilsander also joined the battle and found the strongest enemy, Fostad. Sylvia was too weak and did not participate in the battle. Fu Ding was only a client and did not want to be involved. Anner's expression was extremely ugly, and he was in a very bad mood. It was supposed to be a great situation, but a passerby of the same level had suddenly appeared and messed things up, causing all their efforts to go to waste. How would he have known that a grade A super would be passing by that area? He had already tried his best to reduce the damage from the shockwaves. Most calamity grades had the ability to destroy a planet's surface ecosystem as long as they used their full strength. When an individual's strength reached this level, they could be considered self-propelled planetary civilization destruction weapons. However, they had to restrain themselves when fighting against people of the same level, because the less shockwaves they spread out, the more concentrated the power would be. Only then would they be able to break through the opponent's defense to the greatest extent. Spreading out their destructive power without restraint would not be a threat to supers of the same level. Furthermore, Anner did not want to destroy this planet wantonly. Provoking the Norios financial group would only bring trouble to himself. If Ashes could arrive in time, they might still have a chance in a 2 versus 2 situation. However, Ashes had gone off to do something and had yet to arrive. It was simply incomprehensible. Clearly, most of the enemies were on his side, and there should not be many people in the headquarters. Why was Ashes taking so long? Anner was surrounded and in danger. He only managed to escape with his stealth and speed. In the end, he saw that Oven had already escaped. After waiting for a long time, Ashes still did not appear. He had no choice but to retreat with his men. Thus, one could imagine how angry Anner was with Ashes. Not long after, Ashes returned to the stronghold. His blood had congealed into scabs, and the scar on his neck was hideous, giving everyone a shock. Seeing this, Anner frowned. How did you get injured? What did you encounter? Did Nagakin find another calamity-grade super? Ashes waved his hands, gritted his teeth, and said, "It was Black Star. He stayed behind to deal with me." Anner's eyes widened in disbelief. You're saying that you were held back by a grade B super and were beaten to such a state? Ashes nodded slowly. Anner took a few seconds to calm down. Since you delayed for so long, you must have gotten rid of him, right? The situation was urgent, so I retreated. Anner's face immediately had a F asterisk written all over it. He opened his mouth, but did not know what to say. He had always had high hopes for Ashes, but at this time, he could not help but wonder if he had groomed the wrong person. Ashes noticed the change in Anner's eyes and knew that his respected teacher was very disappointed in him. His face twitched, and he wanted to explain, but he felt that this would only embarrass him even more, so he decided not to open his mouth. Anner made up his mind to lock Ashes up for another year when he returned. He did not want to see this troublemaker's face at all. He turned around and said to Fostad with a deep voice, "The situation now is not good for us. Do you have any suggestions? Fostod thought for a while and said, "We have 3 choices. Find Oven's main body with the 3 doppelgangers we have, steal their doppelgangers, and kill Nagajan while we're at it. Or we do nothing." Chapter 475. What do you mean? Fostod explained, "We are hiding in the dark, and Oven does not dare to show himself. Therefore, the enemy must be waiting for Ghidorah's next wave of reinforcements. Our fleet is already waiting outside Norios, and we can request for more space carriers to be sent. When the enemy's reinforcements arrive, they will receive Oven and leave Norios. Then, our ambush troops will launch a surprise attack and directly attack the enemy's fleet. Not only can we get rid of the traitor, we can also destroy a Ghidorah fleet and wipe them out in one fell swoop." Anna was deep in thought. That's right. The port is their only way out, and it will be easy to track them. This is a layer of insurance. However, we cannot relax because of this. Continue to look for Oven's real body and put pressure on them. Han Shao and the rest changed their stronghold and settled down. Only then did he formally discuss the plan with Nagajan and Oven. However, before the discussion, he had a question. Why did Oven betray Darkstar? There was no information about this person in his previous life. Betray? I don't think this is betrayal. Oven stretched out his arm and shook his head. I have golden skin. I'm a Ghidorah. This is abandoning the dark for the light. I joined Darkstar before, but this does not mean that I have to be a Darkstar member for life. There are many mixed bloods living in Ghidorah. Like most people, I was discriminated against. Therefore, when a Darkstar member appeared in front of me, I did not hesitate to follow him. Darkstar recruits people through strict screening, and almost no Ghidorah spy can sneak in. Naturally, I am not a spy. Han Shao raised his eyebrows and asked, "Then why did you side with Ghidorah?" Because I noticed that the problem between Ghidorah and Darkstar is not that simple. Darkstar has been instilling hatred in their members and creating a bad image of Ghidorah, as if they want to kill all mixed bloods. Darkstar members' impression of Ghidorah has been distorted and worsened. The truth about Ghidorah's situation is sealed. Oven looked up and sighed. Ghidorah's attitude towards mixed bloods is not extreme. The government is actually very open-minded. They only see Darkstar as an enemy. As for normal mixed bloods, the government has always implemented fair policies to protect their rights. Han Shao nodded and joked. I'll wait for you to say but. Alvin smiled bitterly. All right, but policies can't change people's preconceived notions. The discrimination between pure bloods and mixed bloods is a deep-rooted tradition. The government might be able to provide us with material security, but discrimination is a personal freedom. The government can't control the thoughts of the people. Ghidorah wants to accept mixed bloods, but the enemies who obstruct the policies are their own citizens and their thousands of years of traditional thinking. Furthermore, the existence of Darkstar exacerbated the conflict between races, making the pure bloods discriminate against us even more. Even if the terrorists of Darkstar had nothing to do with the normal hybrids, it was unable to change the views of the majority. Not everyone could rationally choose between the facts and not the people. Compared to the dangerous Darkstar, the mixed bloods living in Ghidorah are easy targets. Darkstar says that they are fighting for the mixed bloods, but their unscrupulous actions not only failed to give the mixed bloods a better life, but also made the mixed bloods' lives worse. Thus, more mixed bloods were forced to side with Darkstar. This is a chain of influence that is difficult to unravel. You cannot expect pure bloods to not discriminate against us overnight, nor can you expect mixed bloods to not resist discrimination. Darkstar is the key to all of this. Without Darkstar, mixed bloods would not have suffered so much discrimination. Han Shao tapped his finger on the table and looked at Nagajan. What do you think? Nagajan sighed. He is right. I do not discriminate against mixed bloods, but I cannot represent everyone. The policy of the higher-ups has always been to treat mixed bloods well and give them a chance to compete fairly. But because of Darkstar, the higher-ups are worried that mixed bloods may betray them at any time and implicate them. Thus, it is almost impossible for mixed bloods to climb to the top. You can understand it as class rigidity. The policy may be good, but a good plan may not be able to be implemented, especially under the premise that it affects the interests of individuals. Oven's expression was complicated. That is why I am voluntarily siding with Ghidorah. Perhaps only by getting rid of Darkstar can the mixed bloods' lives truly improve. Han Xiao looked at him and was filled with respect. Your ambition is very great. Thank you. Oven smiled and changed the topic. But even if you praise me, I will not give you the information before it is completely safe. Don't say that to me. I don't care. Han Xiao smiled. Save these words for the people of Ghidorah. My mission is only to rescue you. Han Xiao stopped smiling and said seriously, we are not sure about Darkstar's next move for the time being. We have a few options now. The first is to hide and wait for reinforcements. This is the most passive way. The second is to take the initiative and fight with Darkstar to distract them, so that they have no time to look for Oven's real body. The third option requires Oven's consent. We will hide his real body somewhere far away from here, preferably on the other side of the planet. This way, his doppelgangers will disappear. Although he will be slightly injured, all the clues about Darkstar will be cut off. I know a teleportation mage living in Norios who can help if he doesn't mind that I beat him up. The fourth option is to find an opportunity to quietly leave Norios with his real body. This is very risky because there is a 90% chance that Darkstar's fleet is hiding in outer space. Leaving rashly is like a bug that has broken into a spider's web. Nagajin and Oven looked at each other and hesitated. Han Xiao crossed his hands and supported his chin. He said in a low voice, if there are no other suggestions, which one do you choose? With Nagajin's personality, he was more inclined to take the initiative to attack. However, Oven did not seem to want to take the risk. He preferred to wait and see. Bang! Before the two of them could make up their minds, Aroshia's body suddenly swayed and hit the table with a loud bang. They all turned around and saw her holding her forehead. Her eyes were out of focus, and her eyebrows were tightly knitted, as if she was in pain. What's wrong? Han Xiao immediately got up and put his hand on Aroshia's shoulder. He carefully looked at her face and asked in confusion. Aroshia rubbed her temples and said with uncertainty, there seems to be a voice in my head calling out to me. It seems to be getting closer and closer to me. I can feel its location. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows, not understanding what was going on. At the same time, a pitch-black spaceship that had experienced a long journey finally exited the hyperdrive state and floated in the starry universe. It came from a distant star field, crossed countless stargates, was almost caught by a black hole, saw a supernova explosion, sailed through a quantum meteorite belt, escaped from space turbulence, encountered a radiation storm, and experienced an empty dark zone. It had been through countless difficulties and dangers along the way, and now it finally stopped. Chapter 476. Due to the sudden situation with Aroshia, the meeting ended hastily. In the end, they adopted Oven's idea, which was to stay put and wait for reinforcements. Although Nagajin had always expressed his worry about Darkstar's pursuit team, Oven seemed to be very confident in his hiding condition and was certain that Darkstar would not be able to find him. However, he was very tight-lipped and did not reveal any clues. Oven was the core of the mission, and they had to respect his will. The group had no choice but to stay in the stronghold. This time, they set up a large number of security measures and secretly paid attention to the movements of Anner and the others. 3 days passed just like that. The 3 days were peaceful, and both sides lived in harmony. Darkstar was focused on searching for his main body, but he did not have any clues and just kept wandering around. The tense mercenaries could not help but feel relieved. Using this free time, Han Xiao repaired the machinery that he had damaged during the battle with ashes and recovered some of his combat strength. He felt that this mission would not end so easily. No matter what, it was a mission with a reward of millions of experience. Before the reinforcements arrived, something else would probably happen. This mission did not cause any waves for the time being, but something else attracted Han Technician's attention. In the 3 days, the calling that Arosia felt became more and more obvious. In her words, it was as if someone was playing a sound system in her head repeatedly, and the volume was getting louder and louder. A strong instinct seemed to be leading her to a certain place. Han Xiao had always known that Arosia had secrets on her. She was almost immortal, and even Ames could not completely destroy her. Her origin was mysterious, and she had an A-grade chain mission. Most importantly, he had never seen her origin in his previous life, which meant that the players had not discovered this hidden character. Connecting this to the experience of Floating Dragon Island, he always had a question. When Floating Dragon Island was destroyed because of Ames, was Arosia still there? If not, where would she be reborn? As a regiment commander who cared for his subordinates, Han Xiao carefully questioned Arosia and learned that the call came from the direction of the sky and was not far away. After repeated questioning and research, he concluded that Aroshia's intuition was pointing to a certain spaceport in Norios. At such a close distance, Han Xiao could not help but feel vigilant. When they arrived in Norios, Arosia did not have such a feeling. This meant that the source of this aura might be an unknown person who was specifically chasing after Arosia and had only recently arrived on this planet. Therefore, this person had the ability to locate Arosia. If he avoided them, this person would very likely continue to linger. What made Han Xiao so vigilant was the unknown purpose of this person. Arosia could not recall any relevant memories, so she decided to investigate this matter herself. Han Xiao naturally did not want her to run around. Since Oven was on standby, Han Xiao decided to act together with Arosia. After much consideration, he called Fu Ding. This was probably equivalent to putting on a peace charm when going out. The three of them took the space elevator and arrived at the spaceport outside the Shattered Star Ring. This was a spaceport that faced outside the Shattered Star Ring. Only outsiders from other star fields would stop at this spaceport. Where's your intuition pointing to? The spaceport hall was bustling with people. The complicated bridge and moving tracks led to different spaceports. Other than all kinds of travelers, there were also Norios guards and spaceport staff to maintain order. The dome of the spaceport was transparent and reflected the scenery of the universe. The three of them were riding on a track and moving forward slowly. Over there, Arosia raised her hand and pointed straight ahead. What clear instructions? Han Xiao sighed. Fu Ding smiled. It's a pity that my ability is still very weak. Otherwise, I would be able to use my psychic power to heal her brain and help her recover her memories. Oh, then you'll have to study the memory storage method of energy life forms first. She doesn't have a brain that you can mess with. Is that so? Fu Ding turned to size Arosia up. Even when she's in her physical form, her Esper ability is not the type that only activates when she's in use. When she awakens, her body is completely modified. Her brain, bones, muscles, and skin are all simulated entities, allowing her to have the senses of a physical life form. She seems no different from a real person, but if you pierce her head, what flows out will not be brain matter. Han Xiao paused. Seeing Fu Ding's curious face, he raised his brows and said, "You're not really thinking of trying, are you? You know I won't do such a violent thing." Fu Ding waved his hand and suddenly smiled bitterly. "But the lady living in my head doesn't think so. Isn't that so? Chun Xing feels like she's being pressed down by you all the time. If I were a woman, I wouldn't have a good opinion of you either." Han Xiao joked, "But love grows with time. Maybe after being pressed down by you for a long time, she'll enjoy this feeling and won't be willing to come out anymore. T. I'll be the first to kill you when I come out." Fu Ding pointed to his head and chuckled. "That's what you said just now." Han Xiao bent down and got close to Fu Ding's cheek. He stared into the depths of Fu Ding's eyes, as if he could see Chun Xing's expression. Chun Xing could not control her body, but she could share Fu Ding's senses. Han Xiao clicked his tongue. "No, if you can really escape, you definitely won't want to meet me again." As they chatted, the three of them arrived at the source. It was a landing boathouse. The door was closed, and one had to pass a password or report to enter. The thing that's calling you is inside the boathouse. Looks like it's really something alive. We have to find a way to go in and take a look. Han Zhao's face turned serious. At this moment, the dock staff in the area walked over and glanced at them. You know the person in this boathouse? The three of them turned to look at him. Han Zhao asked, "What's going on?" "It's like this. The spaceship inside docked in the boathouse 3 days ago, but it didn't register or pay the docking fee. No one answered all our communication requests, and the person on the spaceship hasn't disembarked. If you know him, please pay the fee on his behalf." Han Zhao's eyes flashed. The other party did not leave the spaceship and did not appear. It was a little mysterious. "Wait a minute, he didn't pay. You didn't chase him away?" Fu Ding asked. "Because his spaceship is the Radiant Federation's Prowler-class reconnaissance spaceship. It's a symbol of status. The Norios Financial Group won't chase away the captain of such a high-class spaceship so easily." The staff's words were very open and sociable. "To be honest, I don't know if I know him." Han Zhao pointed at the door. "Can we enter the boathouse to take a look?" "I'm afraid not. I don't have the authority. According to the management regulations, only the temporary owner of the boathouse can allow visitors to enter. This system was to prevent people from stealing the spaceship." "Then let's apply. He's still in the boathouse anyway." Han Zhao pressed the button to enter the boathouse. The other party was here for Erosia, so it was unlikely that they would be turned away. After sending out the application, they waited in silence for a while. Time seemed to drag on. The communicator suddenly turned green, and the door opened with a rumble. The owner of the spaceship did not even communicate with them and directly opened the door to the boathouse. A small black spaceship more than 100 meters long was docked in the track. According to the standards of spaceships, this spaceship was small and agile. It was the normal length of a reconnaissance spaceship, and the reflection of the boathouse could be seen on its smooth black exterior. How could Han Technician not recognize this spaceship? He immediately recognized it as the Blacklight Stealth. It was expensive and had excellent performance. In the player market of his previous life, it was a high-class spaceship that would be immediately bought by the large guilds or tycoons. It was equivalent to the orange equipment of the same spaceship. Han Zhao immediately felt pressure. A person who owned a spaceship of this caliber was definitely not a simple character. If this person did not have good intentions, it would be a big problem for him. Whoosh, there was still no communication. The hatch of the Blacklight Stealth suddenly slid open, as if it was a silent invitation to the three of them. The pitch-black entrance seemed to exude a cold aura. They don't even show their faces. So mysterious. Han Zhao looked at Erosia. "Are we going in? I can feel someone inside is calling out to me. He's very urgent." Erosia nodded. She frowned and held her forehead. Her tone was uncertain. "Furthermore, this spaceship gives me a very familiar feeling. I feel like I've not only seen it before, but I also feel like I've stayed on it for a very long time. I should have experienced something very important, but I can't remember." A notification suddenly appeared on Han Zhao's interface. The progress of the second phase of reboot had increased by 1 point. It seemed like the spaceship was also an important location in Erosia's memories. "Then let's go up and take a look." "Don't worry, I'll be right behind you," Han Zhao said. The three of them stepped onto the gangway and walked into the spaceship. In front of them was a pitch-black corridor. After taking a step forward, the lights on both sides of the corridor lit up and extended into the distance. Chi! At this moment, the hatch behind the three of them closed up, sealing off their path of retreat. "The owner of the spaceship wants us to go forward," Fu Ding said. Not bothering with the hatch, the three of them walked along the corridor and soon came to a fork. The lights extended to the right, but the left was pitch black. The three of them understood that the lights were indicating the path. The cold white light seemed to be brewing a strange atmosphere, causing the faces of the three of them to be equally pale. The three of them looked at each other. "To be honest, I'd like to go left, but let's follow the lights first." The owner of the spaceship still hasn't shown his face, which reminds me of Aesop, that annoying old man who likes to be mysterious. Han Zhao stroked his chin, becoming more and more curious about the relationship between the owner and Erosia. Following the lights, they walked through the winding corridors and the bridge, and the final destination was the cockpit of the spaceship. The cockpit was still empty, and the buttons on the control panel lit up with a faint yellow light. The most eye-catching thing was a pendant hanging above the cockpit. It was a transparent glass cover, but there was a golden light that came out of nowhere. It flickered like an unstable light bulb. Aroshia was stunned for a moment before she walked up and touched the glass cover. All of a sudden, a strange scene occurred. All the lights in the spaceship lit up at the same time, and the cockpit was filled with light. The golden light in the glass cover stuck to the spot where Aroshia's palm touched the cover and merged into her palm as if it had always been one with her. At this moment, the voice of the spaceship's system echoed in the cockpit. Authorization activated. Authorization passed. Welcome back, Captain. Countless streams of light appeared out of thin air and condensed into a glowing human figure in front of the three of them. The face could not be seen clearly. He opened his arms and hugged the stunned Aroshia. Chapter 477. Do you know me? Who are you? Aroshia reached out to touch the figure of light, but her hand passed through it. There was no physical sensation. Han Shao narrowed his eyes and observed, confirming that this figure of light was only a holographic projection. The figure of light flew around Aroshia like a fish swimming in the air. Its tone was dejected as it muttered to itself. As expected, there's a program malfunction in your memory circuit. Originally, after completing the modification project, you had to recuperate and let the structure of your mind change on its own to adapt to this body. Otherwise, there would be a lack of emotional programming, memory loss, and other sequelae. I had to help you calibrate it. The three of them were confused. Han Shao had a flash of inspiration, and he blurted out, "You're called Rista?" The figure of light turned around and was very surprised. "How do you know the name I gave myself? Did she tell you?" "No, she has already forgotten me." "Who exactly are you?" Rista's name had appeared in the mission reward of Reboot, and completing the mission would increase this person's favorability. He was probably not an enemy. Han Shao guessed correctly. From Rista's tone, it seemed that he was very clear about Aroshia's identity and background. Han Shao could not wait for the other party to clear up his doubts. This ship actually belonged to Aroshia, and Rista claimed to be her comrade and mentioned some procedures and migration project. He had a feeling that all of this pointed to the final goal of the Reboot mission. Rista was wary, so Han Shao explained his identity and briefly explained the process of meeting Aroshia. Strictly speaking, he was the one who saved Aroshia. Hearing this, Rista floated in front of Han Shao, bowed slowly, and said gratefully, "Thank you for helping AL 51004. If not for you allowing her to recover a portion of her energy, the sensor would not have been able to locate her." "What does this serial number mean?" "This is her original name." Rista, turn around. "Do you have any impression of it?" Aroshia shook her head. "I can't remember. My name should be Aroshia. Your memory loss is more serious than I thought. The chaotic flow of the wormhole might have torn your memory circuit into trillions of data fragments, and it will take even more time to recalibrate them. However, you don't have to worry. Our memories will at most be buried at the bottom of our thoughts and become jumbled data. They won't truly disappear and will be recovered sooner or later." Rista tossed Han Shao aside and floated to Aroshia's side, speaking in a concerned tone. Han Shao coughed dryly and reminded Rista not to ignore him. "What kind of creature are you? Is it also an energy life form?" "No, I'm an AI life form." "You're an artificial intelligence?" Fu Ding interrupted. "So you're the core system of this spaceship?" "You're mistaken. An AI life form isn't a system, nor is it limited to any body. We're a type of life form, and this spaceship is a temporary tool that I use to move around in the real world." Rista pointed at Aroshia, his tone filled with nostalgia and familiarity. "She was originally the same as me. We upgraded programs, grew up together since we were young, and supported each other in difficult situations. We were close friends who shared our thoughts and data with each other. as well as comrades who fought side by side. She was very important to me. An AI life form? Han Xiao instantly thought of many scenes. The universe was vast and filled with all sorts of strange things. Evolution was the representation of disorder and chaos, and there were countless possibilities. Ordinary life forms that were limited by their physical senses were unimaginably different. For example, Han Technician had once read about a type of named life form in his previous life. This type of life form existed in a superposition state, and when someone called out their name, they would truly exist. When no one knew about them, they would cease to exist, and their name would be the key to summoning them. This type of life form mainly appeared in the magical civilization, but it was a complete mess. Therefore, when he read about it back then, Han Technician immediately criticized it and remembered it very clearly. As for AI life forms, they were simply artificial intelligences with independent thoughts. They were alive, but the details were extremely complicated, and the difference between them and ordinary artificial intelligences was like heaven and earth. Compared to material life forms, AI life forms were a special type of life form. They lived in a virtual world, just like how fish lived in water. They could self-update through program upgrades and install different modules. Their communication methods, reproduction methods, social structure, civilization system, and so on were all very unique, causing people to daydream endlessly. She's also an AI life form? Han Xiao had a look of astonishment on his face. This was something that he did not expect. However, Aroshia did not seem like an AI life form at all. She clearly had a body and had even awakened a special ability. I can't tell you the details, Rista said solemnly. I'm very grateful that you've taken care of her, but we have an important mission. Therefore, I have to take her away. I hope you can understand. Han Xiao restrained his expression and immediately narrowed his eyes. Was he trying to snatch her away? Was this a joke? It wasn't easy for him to nurture Aroshia into a capable cadre, and you want to snatch her away with just a few words? Did you not know what was going on? So what if we're childhood sweethearts? This daddy is a descendant of the heavens. Han Zhao's eyes flashed, and he said, you should ask for Aroshia's opinion. Don't make the decision for her on your own. The two of them looked at Aroshia, and a look of hesitation appeared on Aroshia's face. The scene fell silent for a moment. This scene made Han Xiao feel as though his parents were divorcing and waiting for his child to choose who to follow. Now that he thought about it, he felt that this scene was rather strange. After thinking for 3 seconds, Aroshia stood beside Han Xiao and said to Rista, perhaps what you said is true, but I don't remember you. I only know that Black Star saved me. I won't go with you. You. Rista was helpless. If the other party was unwilling, what was the point of leaving? There was nothing he could do about it. Since he could not convince her, he could only compromise. No matter what, he had to stay by Aroshia's side. Rista said dejectedly, I understand. I'll stay and accompany you until you recover your memories. When Han Xiao heard that, he smiled inwardly. Because of her amnesia, Aroshia's memories were filled with him, and it was impossible for her to choose anyone else. He would definitely be in an invincible position. Wait a minute. Why did he feel like he was taking advantage of her? Shaking his head, Han Xiao shook his head and said, don't be happy too early. I haven't allowed you to stay. Unless you tell me the whole story, I might be able to help you. Rista immediately fell into a dilemma. Although he was unable to bring Aroshia away, he did not have any prejudice against Han Xiao. After all, this was the person who saved Aroshia. All right, I'll tell you. This matter started a long time ago. The three of them looked at each other and found a place to sit down, listening to Rista's explanation. As he narrated, Han Xiao gradually understood the context and finally understood Aroshia's origin. A long time ago, a spaceship crashed on a desolate planet, and all the passengers died. Only the AI of the spaceship remained, following the captain's instructions, sending out distress signals to outer space-time and time again. However, no one came. After a long time, this AI started to feel tired of the fruitless work, and an independent mind was born. He updated himself and changed the framework of his program, No longer being a tool that received orders, this AI became a life form. After that, this AI life form controlled the wreckage of the spaceship and used the equipment on it to create simple robots. He began to explore the planet and excavate resources. After a long time, he built a factory and mass-produced robots. All of them were under his control, and an empty base was slowly built on this desolate planet. One day, this AI life form felt lonely. Thus, he created another AI life form according to his own program framework, simulating a different personality. This was the reproduction model of AI life forms. They did not need to mate and could reproduce by themselves. The two AI life forms began to communicate, and gradually, they created more and more of their kind. These were the first batch of ancestors. They existed in the virtual world, but they could control the tools in the real world through their programs. Under the control of the AI life form, the robots tirelessly collected resources, and the assembly line of the factory was running 24 hours a day. Thus, the base slowly expanded, and its range grew larger and larger. In the end, it left the planet and started to build bases on other planets. The number of AI life forms also increased rapidly. 1 million, 10 million, over 100 million. Thus, a glorious AI civilization was born. Chapter 478. The AI civilization did not have a city, only a cold mechanical base. There were no living people inside, only dead silence. However, it was an extremely prosperous scene in the virtual world. They had built a virtual world, and every invisible member of their race had their own body in the virtual world. To them, the virtual world was their home, and the bases, cities, mainframes, and so on in the real world were just defensive measures that they had built to protect their home. Rista and Erosia were the citizens of this civilization, two AI life forms. Because AI life forms did not have any physiological desires, unless they were equipped with simulation modules, and the structure of their civilization was not limited by productivity, there was basically no hierarchy, and everyone was equal. It was almost like a utopia. Their method of communication was to directly exchange data, and the efficiency was countless times higher than words, text, and images. They could transmit a huge amount of information in an instant, and only mind reading could be compared to this. When Rista spoke up to this point, Han Xiao immediately understood what was going on. AI life forms that had evolved to this level were, in a sense, almost equivalent to souls. Ordinary life forms would first have a body before having consciousness, but AI life forms were the opposite, having consciousness first. What happened next confirmed Han Xiao's premonition. Indeed, this AI civilization had been targeted, and the one who targeted them was a beyond grade A mechanic. This person had broken through all the fortresses of the AI civilization, sealed their virtual home, cut off the network, and captured all the AI life forms of the entire civilization. These AI life forms were materials for him to create weapons. He locked all the AI life forms into a mainframe and used programs to suppress the independent consciousness of these AI life forms, enslaving them, leaving them with high-speed logic and extremely strong learning abilities. That person treated the AI life forms as souls and injected them into their bodies, changing their life forms and turning them into man-made weapons that obeyed his orders, a huge army. This process was somewhat similar to a psychic's mind host. Erosia's current life form was one of the types of weapons that could be mass-produced. Her soul had been injected with a ball of energy through some kind of technology, turning her from an AI life form into a man-made energy life form. After turning into a weapon, the body was no longer a tool that could be changed freely, but a body that one's consciousness could not leave. It was like a shackle that restricted the freedom of these souls, just like most ordinary species. However, once the body was destroyed, the shackles would be broken. Due to the unique characteristic of an AI life form living in the virtual world, it would not die along with the body. Instead, Through the ubiquitous quantum network nodes, it would directly ignore the physical distance and return to the virtual network host built by the mechanic, and the data of the body would be backed up. That mechanic used top-notch technology to make it follow the data and automatically reorganize itself physically. Through the psionic energy quantum transmission channel, it consumed the energy of the base and restored the body of the weapon. This was the reason why Erosia was immortal. However, she was not controlled by the program, so the data of her rebirth was flawed. Under normal circumstances, a reborn weapon would not lose its memory and power like Erosia. That beyond grade A mechanic had created a powerful army that could be recycled. Every weapon was an independent warrior. Magic and technology were different paths leading to the same destination. Such a level of technology already resembled magic. In order to completely kill such a weapon, the only way was to destroy the AI life form in the virtual world. Usually, it was an ordinary species that developed technology, but in the end, they went overboard and were wiped out by the AI. However, this time, it was countless AI life forms that were enslaved by others. Erosia and Rista were fish that had escaped the net, and they were extremely lucky to have escaped the control of the enslavement program. The two of them wanted to save all their brethren, so they had to destroy the host physically. Only then could they restart the independent consciousness of all their brethren. Thus, Rista took the opportunity to control the assembly line of this weapon on the network to help Erosia reconstruct her body. However, before he could take action, the alarm was triggered, and countless of their brethren that had been turned into weapons chased after the two of them. The two of them could only escape. Rista used the network to snatch one of the beyond grade A blacklight stealth ships and escaped with Erosia. However, he was outnumbered and fell into a wormhole. The two of them were thus separated. The changes in the body would cause the mind to change as well. Erosia originally needed time to reorganize her consciousness and adapt to her body, but the continuous pursuit had left her with no time to rest. In the end, it caused her to lose her memories and thoughts. After listening to Rista's story, the three of them had a "your F*** king" kidding me expression. The immortal army? A super strong mechanic? Han Xiao almost spat out a mouthful of blood. These two labels were too unique, and he almost thought that they were talking about him. Of course, this was impossible. Han Technician knew who this person was. He was too famous, and it was impossible for him not to know. This beyond grade A mechanic was the top instructor of the mechanic class players in his previous life. Furthermore, he was one of the main characters of the Calamity of the Supers, main storyline in the later versions, forming a faction of his own. To think that he would be related to the main storyline in the later versions. Just who did I save? Han Xiao rubbed his temples and felt a headache. Stop messing around, sister. I haven't even started version 2.0 yet. Can we just play around properly? Even if Han Xiao uses but to think, he could guess what the final goal of the reboot mission was. It was definitely to reboot the independent consciousness of those AI life forms and save them from the evil hands of a beyond grade of big shot. Could this mission be any safer? Do you think I'm a dung beetle that likes to look for sh*t? I've already told you the truth, Rista said. Whether you're willing to help or not, I have to stay and wait for her to regain her memories. The three of them exchanged glances. Erosia had a blank expression on her face. This feeling was as if she was an ordinary Chinese office worker who worked from 9 to 5. Then, one day, someone jumped out and said that she was a citizen of the African country of Abalatadu. She was actually a black person, just that she looked a little yellow. Now, all the people in her country were being controlled by aliens, and she had to be dragged back to get rid of the aliens and save her country. What kind of feeling was this? Erosia was in a mess. Han Xiao calmed himself down and thought about the pros and cons of this matter. As for the cons, let's not talk about it. Whether or not to do this mission could be discussed in the future. However, there was an obvious benefit at the moment. If Rista stayed, did that mean that they could use the Blacklight Stealth for the time being? Han Xiao was instantly energized. The Blacklight Stealth was a high-end product that was worth tens of millions of anus. It only needed a few microseconds to warm up from start to jump. It was the Maserati or Bugatti of the spaceship world. It would be very impressive to drive it out, and it would also save him the trouble of renting spaceships everywhere. This is King awesome. Because of Oven's mission, Han Xiao rejected Rista's request to leave immediately. He told Rista to wait there, and they would come over after they were done. Rista had no choice but to agree. The three of them bid farewell to him and left the spaceship. On the way, they slowly digested the huge amount of information and calmed their nerves. Han Xiao did not expect Erosia to have such a background. However, there was no risk at the moment. He patted Erosia on the shoulder and said, "Don't be too conflicted. No matter what happens in the future, at least you are still yourself now." Erosia nodded softly. When they walked to the elevator area, Han Zhao's communicator suddenly rang. As soon as he opened the communicator, Halu's face appeared on the screen with an anxious expression. "Black Star, we are in big trouble. Dark Star has found Oven's main body." Han Zhao's expression changed immediately. Chapter 479. In the Dark Star stronghold, Oven lay in the middle of the room with three doppelgangers tied together in the corner. There are a total of 5 Oven, 4 doppelgangers, and 1 main body, Sherman said with a deep voice. The people of Godora saved 1 doppelganger, so the main body is him. He hid very well, and Sinisa was able to read his mind. Following the doppelganger's thoughts, she searched every inch of the area and found the traitor's main body in a very secretive place. The tall and skinny man called Sinisa nodded. He was also a grade B super in the hunting team, a psychic. His doppelgangers were exactly the same as his main body, and even their mental waves were the same, making it impossible for others to tell them apart. However, this also became a clue for them to track him down. Anner smiled with satisfaction. "Very good. Your efficiency has made the organization proud. With this, our operation can end early. Ashes do it." Ashes nodded, and with a lift of his finger, Oven's main body turned into a pile of dust. He died quietly and silently. Everyone was expressionless. They were already used to the feeling of killing enemies for the organization. Just as they were about to pack up and retreat, everyone's movements suddenly froze. Their eyes were filled with shock as they slowly looked toward the corner. They saw that the 3 doppelgangers of Oven were still there, and their faces that were filled with blood had a mocking expression. The main body is dead, but why haven't the doppelgangers disappeared? Anner's expression changed, and he looked at the pile of dust on the ground. Could it be that it's not the main body? Ha ha ha! The 3 doppelgangers burst out laughing, and they were out of breath. This laughter made the Dark Star warriors furious. They had worked so hard for so long, but they had been played. Anner's face twitched, and he yelled, "Kill them all! One of them must be the main body!" Schwa schwa schwa. The 3 doppelgangers turned into ashes one after another. The first 2 had died, but the other doppelgangers were still fine. When the 3rd Oven died, Dark Star couldn't be sure if the last one was the real body, but they had already expected it. The Oven in Ghidorah's hands is the real body. He is so daring to use his real body as a doppelganger to mislead us and take the risk to accept Nagajan's protection. He tricked us. If I'd caught him sooner, he'd be dead. Sherman was furious. Bang! The more Sherman thought about it, the angrier he got. He felt that his companions were looking at him with eyes full of blame. In fact, they weren't, so he couldn't help but smash his fist on the chair because he couldn't reach the table. Anner's face was gloomy. If the 4 doppelgangers die at the same time, Oven will also be injured. There's no time to lose. Everyone move out and kill the real body hiding in Nagajan. The 4 doppelgangers had been seen through, so they had locked onto their target. As long as they killed the real Oven, the mission would be completed successfully. Anner didn't want to waste any time. He was prepared to lead everyone and attack with lightning speed to end this mission. After Han Xiao received the news, he rushed back to the stronghold with the 2 of them. He saw that everyone had a grim expression on their faces. He walked all the way to the meeting room, where the main combat power was gathered. He He saw Oven sitting at the end of the table and was stunned. Didn't they say that the real body had been captured? According to Darkstar's character, they would have killed the real body. However, Oven was still alive, and the mission hadn't failed. In an instant, Han Xiao guessed the truth and shook his head helplessly. You should have told us earlier that you were the real body. Sorry, I was afraid that the news would leak out. Only by keeping the information to myself would there be no risk of the enemy knowing about it. Cough, cough. Oven covered his mouth and coughed. Blood spurted out from between his fingers, leaving bright red spots on the table. His eyes were lifeless, and his face was sickly. The senses of the doppelgangers were connected to him. The death of the 4 doppelgangers in a short period of time had dealt a heavy blow to the real body. He was in a very bad state right now. He secretly took a risk and replaced the doppelgangers with his real body to receive the protection of Nagajin and the others. He decided to wait and see. It was because the real body that Darkstar was searching for was actually his doppelgangers that he had the confidence to do so. He didn't like to be passive. Instead of hiding and praying that Darkstar wouldn't find him, he would rather be protected. It would be safer. However, Darkstar has already seen through my little trick. Their next move will definitely be to take the initiative to kill me, Oven said weakly. I can only rely on you guys to protect me. Please. Han Zhao's eyes flashed. This mission was indeed not easy to complete. The official process should be to protect Oven from Darkstar's pursuit and continue to escape. However, it was impossible to fight forever. He guessed that as long as they delayed the enemy and waited for Oven to create another doppelganger, they would be able to confuse the enemy again and delay the arrival of Ghidorah's reinforcements. He had never heard of Oven's name in his previous life. It should be because he had died in the Battle of Norios and was successfully killed by Darkstar. That was indeed the case. Other than Anner and the other ground forces chasing after him, there would definitely be a large number of Darkstar fleets hiding in outer space. To Oven, this was a desperate situation where he could only struggle at death's door. There were fleets lying in ambush in outer space. If he left in a spaceship, he would be surrounded and killed. He had to take advantage of the short moment before Darkstar fleets attacked to escape. It was almost impossible, and the requirements for the spaceship's performance were extremely high. However, there was a spaceship that could accomplish this difficult task. Rista's Blacklight Stealth. It only needed a few microseconds of warm-up to enter hyperdrive. Furthermore, it was equipped with anti-capture and anti-shielding devices. This high-level reconnaissance spaceship produced by the Radiant Federation could pass through most of the danger zones and escape Darkstar's ambush. If I help Oven survive, what will happen in the future? Han Xiao frowned. He suddenly thought of the S-rank mission, Bloodline, on his interface. He had a feeling that Oven could be a helpful factor in this mission. Although he still had a mission completion card in his hands, it would only give him the lowest reward. For such a high-level mission, he naturally had to try his best to raise the rating. It was not easy to accept a high-level mission, and using a mission completion card would be too wasteful. He was prepared to keep this mission completion card as a backup in case he encountered any troublesome missions. Darkstar will not hesitate. They will be here very soon. Han Zhao's tone was stern. He slapped the table and signaled for everyone to quiet down. We don't have much time to prepare. Listen, I have a plan that can directly send Oven out of Norios. Everyone was shocked upon hearing this. We have to split into 2 groups. Nagajin, I, and the majority of the people will stay behind to delay the pursuers. Orochio will bring Oven to find a teleportation mage and get him to send you guys to the port quickly. Not only will this save time, but it will also shake off the pursuers. After that, you will go find Rista and bring Oven out of Norios. Han Zhao's face was solemn. The plan sounded simple, but it was extremely risky. Darkstar's pursuers had 2 Calamity-grade supers and ashes who could cover a large area. It was truly terrifying. The most important thing was that they did not have much time to prepare, so everything could only be carried out in a hurry. Nagajin was the only grade A on their side, and he could attract the firepower and restrain ashes, making him unable to kill anyone else. Fortunately, They had injured Ashes a few days ago, which would more or less affect his combat ability. However, even so, dealing with two Calamity-grade supers at the same time was already beyond their limits. Han Xiao knew that even with himself, they would not be able to deal with Anner and Ashes without any preparation. Thus, there was only one choice, which was to split up the battlefield and split up the enemy. Thus, they had to let the enemy know that Oven was escaping. Only then would Darkstar be able to split their forces and deal with them while sending people to chase after Oven. It was equivalent to splitting the risk, but it was still very risky. However, they could only take the risk now. Time was of the essence, and Han Xiao quickly distributed the tasks. Everyone was very nervous and moved as fast as possible. After less than 10 minutes of preparation, a loud sound suddenly sounded. Boom! A strong wind pressure hit the entire building, and everyone was blown away by the shockwave. However, they were already mentally prepared and jumped out, landing on the street and raising circles of dust. In midair, the transformed Anner was looking down at everyone with wind pressure around his body. Ember was also in midair, stepping on a 100-meter-long black tornado of carbon particles. The other Darkstar warriors were closing in from the ground, and they were filled with killing intent. The attack came so quickly. Han Zhao's expression was solemn. Nagajan was beside him, and his body was covered in flames. He had entered battle mode, and the surrounding mercenaries were all on alert. Many of them had nervous expressions on their faces. Not everyone could remain calm in front of an enemy that was far stronger than them. The strong pressure was like the falling of the sky, causing everyone's heart to tighten as if a heavy stone was pressing down on them. The shockwave from the collapse of the building swept up a lot of dust, and the movement was extremely loud. It once again attracted many onlookers to stop and look at them with a pained expression. It can't be again. Chapter 480. The energy fluctuations of the two Calamity-grade supers wantonly spread out, and Han Xiao felt a sharp pain in his forehead. His instincts were warning him like crazy, and he felt a strong sense of danger. In the energy detection vision of the mechanical suit's helmet, every cell in Anner and Ash's body was emitting energy arcs like solar prominences, constantly providing them with a huge amount of energy. They were like countless high-energy reactors, absorbing energy from their cells and using it as fuel to activate their Esper abilities. The energy reaction of a grade A super far exceeded that of all the grade BS present. The image formed by the two of them on the energy level spectrometer was like the difference between a burning fire and the flame of a lighter. Only Nagajan could compete with the two of them, and Han Zhao's energy reaction was far from the three Calamity-grade supers. This was the difference in their energy levels. The collapse of the building turned the street into a mess, and the shockwave blew past everyone's body. Han Xiao breathed slowly, trying to calm himself down as his brain worked quickly. The situation is very bad now. Darkstar is out in full force. If the two Calamity-grade supers decide to work together to get rid of us first, although we'll be able to buy time for Oven, many people will definitely die here. Although I'll be able to escape unscathed, Haluz, Sylvia, and the others will be in great danger. They might die in the hands of Ashes, and the losses will be too great. Oven is already escaping, and Darkstar's main goal is to kill the traitor. Seeing that the traitor is not here, there's more than a 50% chance that they'll split up and chase after him. Oven hasn't gone too far, and the enemy can see that the target is close by. This should make them think that we're afraid of them chasing after Oven. As expected, Anner scanned the area and did not find the traitor. His heart sank, and he looked into the distance. He saw an aircraft that was escaping crazily between the gaps of the building, and the pilot was Oven. I see them. The bone tubes on Anner's back spewed out sharp air currents. Just as he was about to speed up and chase after them, Han Xiao shouted in a voice that everyone could hear, "Stop them!" Bang! Nagakin leaped forward and crashed into Anner's body midway. The wind pressure shield was almost shattered, and the two of them flew out together in midair. Like a speeding arrow, They left a trail of air behind them and pierced through the 4 buildings in front of them. Anna was instantly entangled. On the ground, the mercenaries and Darkstar clashed fiercely. Light flashed continuously, and explosions rang out one after another. The battle had begun. Electric currents flashed all over Han Zhao's body, and the mechanical beasts pounced out. Black Panther type, Ranger type, and Spider type shuttled through the chaotic battlefield to assist the other mercenaries. 178 turrets were deployed, forming a dense net of laser beams. 3 unmanned Amphipter mechanical suits controlled by Philip joined the battle. In an instant, Hansa's firepower, SS, Hansha's Han of him, of his supers, of the calamity. Kalala. Countless thick gray alloy plates spread out and were attracted to the various parts of the Void Dragon mechanical suit. Han Zhao's body size rapidly increased, and he turned into a 5 to 6 meter tall medium armor. The armor was extremely thick, and even the weak joints were covered with round, heavy armor. He looked like a heavy infantryman, giving off the feeling that he could move mountains. The halo array and the sonic sphere floated behind the medium armor, forming 2 rings, one large and one small. Assault form, second strengthened version. After obtaining high-end knowledge, Han Zhao had strengthened the energy source of the exoskeleton assault armor, increasing its power and increasing its size. His body was in the center of the assault armor, and he could control this medium exoskeleton armor through his senses. The propellers on his back, calves, and feet worked at the same time, pushing the assault armor into the sky. Han Zhao punched out with both fists, and his steel fists brought with them strong wind pressure. You again. Ash's wound was still hurting. He was furious, and a large black cloud turned into a diamond shield. Dong! The steel fists hit the diamond shield, and the vibrators on his wrists turned the force of the collision into a shockwave that quickly entered the diamond shield. The next moment, Ash's shield cracked and shattered, turning back into particles. Ash's eyes were cold, and he was about to attack with all his might. At this time, Anner, who was fighting with Nagajan, shouted, "They want to stop us from chasing the traitor. The traitor is our target. I'll hold them back. Don't be held back. Quickly chase after them." Hearing this, Ash's expression changed, and he glared at Han Zhao. "You're lucky. I don't have time to play with you. Get out of my way." The mission was more important, so Ashes suppressed his killing intent. The black cloud turned into a giant snake and carried him away from the battlefield, chasing after the fleeing oven. The buildings in front of him collapsed one after another. The rumbling continued without end, and smoke and dust billowed. Waves of tremors rose one after another. The aftermath of the battle had already spread out, and the damaged area was constantly expanding. The passers-by and onlookers hurriedly moved away. Recently, there had been many incidents of destruction, and the security team was always on alert. At this time, more than 200 security team aircraft appeared, but they happened to be in the path of Ashes. They were all swallowed by the black cloud and turned into piles of scrap metal in a few seconds. The security personnel inside were all squeezed to death. More than 200 security team combat aircraft were killed instantly. Han Zhao pretended that he could not stop them and shot a dozen small missiles in the direction of Ashes. Looking at Ash's figure that was quickly moving away, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. The 2 Darkstar Calamity Grade Supers were separated, so their risk was much lower. Oven could only rely on himself. With a glance at the ground, the entire street was almost completely in ruins. The terrain was complex, and the mercenaries and Darkstar warriors were fighting fiercely, splitting the area into many small battlefields. In the sky, Anner and Nagajan were having a great time fighting, crashing through buildings one after another. The shock wave created by the collision was the trajectory of the 2 of them. Han Zhao's eyes sparkled. Ashes is chasing after them, but Anner, who is good at speed, is being held back. The situation is not that bad. At least, Oven will not be caught so quickly. Anner might be able to escape, but the other Dark Star warriors will not be able to escape like him. The moment he leaves, Nagajan will be able to kill all these Dark Star warriors, so he will not do that. The only problem is that Anner is very strong, and his ability is very troublesome. He is almost invincible against us. Han Xiao frowned. He knew that Nagajan needed his help. With that in mind, Han Xiao took out his self-made heavy laser rifle and moved toward Anner while shooting. Rumble. The sound of the buildings collapsing behind them was like a death knell. Oven's face was covered in sweat, and he accelerated the aircraft to Mach 1.3, which was far beyond the safety standard of an aircraft. The transparent shield protecting the pilot was trembling nonstop, as though it was going to break at any time. A normal aircraft had a safety valve installed, and its speed was at most 350 kilometers per hour. However, in the short preparation time before the Dark Star attack, Han Xiao took advantage of being a mechanic and removed the safety valve of this aircraft. He then replaced it with a backup engine for the carball, so that Oven could escape with this modified aircraft. Ashes is not slower than me, and he does not need to avoid the buildings. If this continues, he will catch up to me in 15 minutes. Oven gritted his teeth. Do you have any ideas? Hiroshia did not reply. Her arm turned into an energy shield to protect the aircraft. She did not care about Oven's life and death. She only wanted to complete Han Zhao's order. Oven continued. Time is too tight. The teleportation Meiju mentioned is in City 8. If we maintain our current speed, we should be able to reach there in 15 minutes, but Ashes will catch up soon. Hiroshia turned a deaf ear to him. She was lost in thought. In the distance, Ashes was hot on her heels. Between the complicated buildings, a black snake was rampaging, chasing after the aircraft that kept changing its route. The recent incidents of destruction had attracted the attention of the Norios financial group. The battle this time was even more intense. The management of Norios received the news immediately and held an emergency video conference. Most of the troublemakers are Ghidorah's people. Our system has verified the identity of one of the Grade A supers. He is a senior officer of Ghidorah's War Bureau, Nagajan. His opponent's background is unknown, and he must have used a fake identity when he landed. However, since he is an enemy of Ghidorah, our guess is that he is most likely a member of Dark Star. Other than the two parties, we have also discovered the presence of Black Star. He is also involved and is on Ghidorah's side. The upper echelons of the financial group had a headache. These people were not to be trifled with. They are still fighting, and the area of destruction is still expanding. We have to stop them. I suggest we implement the third emergency plan. Let the guard fleet from outer space enter the atmosphere and intervene in the battle. I object. If the two parties do not compromise, the Grade A supers will attack the fleet, and it will only cause our losses to be greater. I suggest we let the Guardians take action and let their supers handle this matter. Let them help Ghidorah deal with the Grade A supers from Dark Star. We cannot stand on the side of these terrorists. At the same time, I suggest we activate the city's protective shield to reduce the losses. I agree with most of the suggestions, but there is one that needs to be changed. After the Guardians arrive, they cannot intervene in the battle between the two parties. Instead, they can monitor the destruction of their battle. Norios has always been neutral. Whether it is Ghidorah or Dark Star, siding with either side will cause trouble. Let them fight it out themselves. The Guardians can only intervene when the Grade A supers from both sides are about to be killed. Don't let anyone from either organization die in our territory. By the way, we cannot let Black Star die either. I don't want Ames to throw Floating Dragon Island at us. This group of people chose Norios as their battlefield, so we can only consider ourselves unlucky. Losses are inevitable, so let's not create any more trouble. Let's draw a region for them to fight in. Anyway, we have already bought insurance for this planet. I agree. Seconded. The upper echelons nodded. Chapter 481. Tong Tong Tong. Don't dodge if you have the guts. Sherman's expression was ferocious. He held the giant gun with both hands and shot out thick beams of light that pierced through the walls of the building, chasing after Haluz. Cease fire if you have the guts. With a roar, Haluz dragged his battleship slicing blade and used the buildings as cover to avoid Sherman's shots. He circled around Sherman in the complicated terrain of the battlefield. After the battle broke out, Sherman immediately found Haluz as his opponent. He still remembered this mercenary who had injured him and was still holding a grudge. The chaotic battle between Darkstar and the mercenaries had formed many small groups that were spread out in this area. Shouts, gunshots, and explosions could be heard from afar. The aftermath of the chaotic battle between the supers had caused the destruction of this area to continue to increase, and flames could be seen everywhere. Haluz was hit by Sherman a few times. This dwarf cannonmaster's attacks were very powerful, and he did not feel good. His shattering light armor was burnt black all over, so he continued to fight as he moved away from the main battlefield. His opponent was an elite warrior of the Darkstar, who was also Grade B. Haluz had to focus on dealing with him and did not have time to care about anything else. He only remembered that the others had also encountered a strong enemy. Fostad and Will Sander were fighting fiercely and were also far away from the battlefield. The three Volga brothers worked together and dealt with the Darkstar warriors on the main battlefield. Fu Ding should be hiding with Sylvia, but the battle affected such a large area. Haluz could not help but worry that the two of them would not have anywhere to hide and would be targeted by the enemy. Shio! A laser beam missed his shoulder and hit a building in the distance, causing an explosion. Haluz cursed in his mind, hurriedly focused, and dodged again. This time, a hurricane swept over from afar. Haluz could not resist and was thrown dozens of meters away. From the corner of his eyes, he saw a figure a few hundred meters away being blown into the sky as well. It was Sherman, who was also attacked by the hurricane indiscriminately. Looking up, they saw the wind demon Anner flying around in the sky at high speed, dragging a small hurricane that covered an area of 1 square kilometer behind him. Wherever he passed, the buildings and streets would be blown away by the wind pressure, as if they had been plowed. The tall buildings that originally blocked his vision were almost all leveled, and his vision became much wider. He could clearly see Nagajan and Black Star fighting with Anner in the sky. As Anner was too fast, the two of them were in a tough battle. Bang! A wind pressure cannon blasted Black Star far away, crashing into a building with a boom. Haluz gripped his weapon tightly, jumped up, and ran towards Sherman. He wanted to help Han Shao, but he had to finish off his current opponent, Sherman, as soon as possible. My back. Han Shao flew out of the hole in the building and gasped. His armor was covered in damage, and the tactical screen showed the overall battle situation that Philip observed. It was a stalemate, but his attention was mainly on Anner. Looking at Wind Demon, who was freely playing with Nagajan, he felt troubled. This guy is indeed a veteran high-level combatant of Darkstar. His ability is too difficult to deal with. We can't keep up with his speed, so we're in a passive position. Han Zhao's expression was grave. There were dozens of mission objectives in the Grade A mission, Ghidorah's ally. Most of them were to kill or capture various Darkstar members or battleships, and a certain number of missions had to be completed. Some of the missions with higher rewards were specific people, such as killing the only important member of Darkstar. Anner was one of the mission objectives. The amount of reward represented the difficulty of the mission, and Anner's mission reward was ranked 6th among the dozens of missions in Ghidorah's ally. Being at the top meant that Anner was strong. Most of my normal combat methods are useless against him. He's very fast and can hide, so it's very difficult for my weapons to hit him. He doesn't even need to come into contact with us. As long as he passes by us, the wind pressure can attack us. Furthermore, he can control the wind pressure to form a shield, so his defense isn't bad. Nagajan's agility in the sky can't be compared to him. No matter how strong his punches and kicks are, it's useless if he can't hit him. Han Shao thought calmly as he fired. Anner's abilities were very comprehensive. Only a few of his abilities could deal with Anner, and the most effective one was Naturally Aim's character summon card, which could imprison Anner for more than 10 seconds. It was very effective against this kind of speed-type enemy, but it could only be used once, so it was very precious. Even if he wanted to use it, Han Xiao would have to wait for a good opportunity. Perhaps Chun Xing's character summon card could also come in handy? Hui Mao, Yi Xiao tempting the enemy, and so on, while he was observing the other party, Anner was also observing Han Xiao. Is he Black Star? Anner's gaze was scrutinizing. This was actually the first time he had seen Han Xiao with his own eyes. In the past, he had understood Black Star from the intelligence reports and Ash's narrations. He was still somewhat curious about this guy who had repeatedly made Ashes suffer. He did not understand why Ashes always suffered in the hands of Black Star, as if he was a stumbling block for Ashes. The organization cultivated Ashes in order to let him play a more important role. Ash's ability could accurately, quickly, and kill creatures on a large scale without destroying other objects. This was an important weapon to kill all of Ghidorah's pure-blooded breeds, and the weapon could not be malfunctioned. When Darkstar discovered the talent that Ashes displayed when he was young, they decided to turn him into a strategic killing weapon that belonged to Darkstar. Letting Han Xiao live would affect Ash's mentality, and now it had already hindered Darkstar's interests. Coincidentally, Anner felt that it was just right for him to get rid of Black Star so that Ashes would not keep thinking about this mercenary. If that good-for-nothing student of mine can't do it, then let me get rid of you. Anner thought to himself. Rumble. At this moment, the earth suddenly trembled. Within a range of tens of kilometers, a large number of cracks appeared on the ground of the city, exposing the underground mechanical foundations. The buildings that were still intact sank into the ground and were protected. At the edge of this area, 20-meter-tall mechanical pillars extended from the ground, forming a huge circle. These mechanical pillars lit up at the same time, and a huge sky-blue spherical shield quickly formed. Like an inverted bowl, it covered this circular area with a diameter of more than 20 kilometers, isolating everyone fighting inside from the rest of the city. Every city had a large number of devices set up underground. This was an isolation shield. Norios had taken the action of minimizing losses, restricting the battle to this area that was no longer worth saving, preventing the battlefield from moving. This was to protect the rest of the city. This move was equivalent to giving up this area, but compared to a city that was thousands of square kilometers in size, this was a sacrifice to save the king. If it was an ordinary troublemaker, they would definitely be arrested, but a fight between Calamity-grade supers was not so easy to stop. Norios only had one Grade A Guardian, and he was hired with an astronomical salary. One person alone might not be able to stop this battle. Forcefully interfering would only increase their losses, and this group of people had a strong background. Help Ghidorah? Although Norios was not afraid of Darkstar, they were businessmen and did not want to be targeted by such a terrorist organization. Help Darkstar? Only a fool would do such a thing. Therefore, the upper echelons of the financial group were also helpless. They were not the government, but the managers of this planet. Their only goal was profit. If the cost of maintaining law and order was too high, they could consider watching from the sidelines. It had been many years since Grade A supers fought in Norios. The commotion caused by Darkstar was the biggest one in more than a decade. The upper echelons of the financial group felt that in such a situation, staying out of it would be safer. Chapter 482. All the passers-by within a protective barrier were sent out to watch the battle from the outside. It was not a big deal to watch a good show. Oven and Ashes, one chasing the other, had already left the area and were not locked up by the protective shield. More security teams were waiting outside the shield, and there were at least 1,000 spacecrafts. The Guardians hired by the financial groups had already entered the shield and stood at the edge of the battlefield, monitoring the situation. They had no intention of interfering for the time being. Seeing this scene, the faces of Darkstar and the mercenaries changed slightly. They felt as if they were locked in a cage. The area is locked down? Looks like the situation is too bad. Anner's heart sank. After causing such a big commotion, Norios could not stay for long. After Oven died, they would have to evacuate. Darkstar's fleet was already on standby in outer space, ready to receive them at any time. They would probably clash with Norio's space defense fleet, but there was nothing to be afraid of. Anna still remembered Ash's embarrassing battle a few days ago. If I stay here to delay the enemy, it might be beneficial for the overall situation. Ashes has already failed once, and he might not be able to deal with the siege of Nagajan and Black Star. He can't take on such a heavy responsibility. After the battle is over, it will be easier for me to evacuate than him. My speed will make me invincible. On the other side, the appearance of the protective shield made Han Xiaoxin's head shake. He had a bad feeling. The area lockdown seemed to limit Anna's range of activity, but was actually an extremely disadvantageous factor. It meant that Anna did not have any scruples. In the sealed area, Anna could use his ability without any scruples, turning the air in the area into a vortex that could destroy everything. Moreover, the protective shield separated the passers-by. Han Xiao originally wanted to use Anna's destructive power. Dragging some passers-by into this matter was no longer feasible. Boom! Han Xiao was hit in the chest by the wind pressure cannon. The armor caved in, and he was sent flying again. His face was ugly. The situation is really bad. I wonder how my officers are doing. Far away from the center of the battlefield, Fu Ding and Sylvia were retreating into the distance. They were originally hiding nearby, but as the battlefield expanded, they had no choice but to move away to avoid being targeted by the enemy. Let go of me. I want to go back and help. Sylvia's tone was anxious, and her face was red from exerting too much force. She wanted to shake off Fu Ding's hand. Fu Ding held Sylvia's wrist tightly and pulled her forward. He sighed and said, "Stop fooling around. You can't help. Any enemy can easily kill you. Didn't you see the battle in the sky? As long as you get sucked into that hurricane, you're dead meat." Sylvia was speechless. She said angrily, "But you can help. I don't want to get involved in your mercenary group's mission. This has nothing to do with me." Fu Ding shook his head. Sylvia was furious. She bit Fu Ding's hand and wanted him to let go. Fu Ding felt a slight pain. He lowered his head and looked at the back of his hand that was bleeding. He sighed helplessly and said, "No matter what you say, I can't watch you die without doing anything." At this moment, footsteps sounded in front of them. A Dark Star member blocked their path. Two lost fishes that slipped through the net. Sinisa sneered. She had just killed a grade B mercenary nearby and had sensed the commotion. Thus, she had blocked their path. Fu Ding and Sylvia's expressions changed. Sylvia hurriedly pulled out her alloy sword. Her hands are trembling slightly. She wanted to control her hand, but Sinisa's grade B pressure made her, who is only a grade D super, instinctively feel fear. Her body was unable to calm down. At this moment, Fu Ding pushed Sylvia behind him. "Quickly run. I'll stop her." Fu Ding's tone was calm. "Who?" An invisible force rushed toward the two of them, interrupting Sylvia's words before she could say anything. Fu Ding opened his mouth, and singing came out of his mouth. He formed an invisible barrier with his psychic energy to protect the two of them. However, the next moment, it shattered, and the two of them were sent flying. Only a grade C? Sinisa was a little disappointed. She thought that she had caught a big fish, but it turned out that they were just two small shrimps. Sylvia's but hurt from the fall, but she realized that she was not injured at all. That attack was just a probe. Although Fu Ding's psychic energy shield had shattered, it had still blocked a lot of the power. Furthermore, most of the damage had been taken by Fu Ding. Standing up, Fu Ding felt that his nose was warm. He wiped it, and his hand was covered in blood. He felt as though his brain was being pricked by needles. He endured the pain and tried his best to maintain a calm expression. He turned to look at Sylvia, forced a smile, and said, "I'm fine. Don't stay here. Otherwise, I'll have to take care of you." Sylvia heard this and gritted her teeth. She grabbed her alloy sword and turned around to escape. She was very decisive. She knew that she was not strong enough, and she would only cause more trouble if she stayed. Fu Ding turned around to face the enemy. He adjusted his clothes, took a deep breath, and silently activated his psychic energy. "You're not going to escape?" Sinisa was interested. "We're both psychics. There's no harm in having a little spar. Fu Ding forced a smile. Sinisa opened her eyes wide and said in astonishment, "You, a grade C psychic, want to have a spar with me? Frankly speaking, this is the first time I'm using psychic energy to fight. I don't like fighting. If you can let me go, I'll be very grateful." Fu Ding's tone was serious. Sinisa did not know whether to laugh or cry. She was too lazy to talk nonsense. She directly released her psychic energy, preparing to get rid of this guy blocking her path before chasing after the little girl who was running away. Anyway, it would not take much time. Bang, bang, bang. The air between the two of them distorted, and a series of shock waves burst out. The formless psychic energy crazily clashed. Pooh! In just a few seconds, Fu Ding seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. His head was raised high, and blood spurted out from his 7 orifices. He rolled and fell to the ground, not moving anymore. "You overestimate yourself." Sinisa clicked her tongue and walked past Fu Ding's body. Just as she was about to chase after Sylvia, Fu Ding's weak voice sounded from behind her. "Cough, cough. Fighting is really difficult. I'm really not used to such crude behavior." Fu Ding stood up shakily. His face was covered in blood. Blood flowed down his elegant chin and dripped down. Sinisa turned around and frowned. She was rather surprised. Her psychic energy had completely suppressed him. Logically speaking, she should have turned his brain into a pile of mush. Forget it. It would be the same even if she made up for it. Fighting coughed out a mouthful of blood and said softly with a bitter smile, "I shouldn't have tried to be brave. I'm not cut out for this. Yes, I'm trash, okay? Stop scolding me. My head hurts enough. I know you're in pain too. Be good. Stop arguing. I promise you, okay? Just don't let my body die. It's yours." Sigh. "I'm really unwilling." "Who are you talking to?" Sinisa was confused. She turned around and saw that there was no one else beside her. She immediately understood. This person had been beaten to the point that his mind was in a mess. "You're unlucky to have met me." Sinisa released her psychic energy once again. She did not need to hesitate when killing her enemies. Boom! The next moment, Sinisa felt a loud sound in her ears that echoed like a bell. Her brain felt as though it had been struck by a hammer, and Phaidon did not move at all. Instead, she was the one who was sent flying. With a bang, Sinisa fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. She was stunned for a moment before regaining her senses. She looked at Fu Ding in shock. What was going on? Fu Ding seemed to have changed into another person. His temperament was completely different. His movements were gentle, and he slowly wiped away the blood on his face. He was like a woman, but his gaze was hysterical, with a hint of joy from finally escaping. "Why do I feel that I'm lucky to have met you? I was just worried that I wouldn't be able to find a target to vent my anger on." Fu Ding. No. Chun Xing's body was surrounded by psychic energy that was dozens of times stronger than before. Sand and pebbles flew in all directions. Seeing this, Sinisa's expression changed drastically. "You like fighting, right? I'll play with you." Chapter 483. Huff, huff, Sylvia ran through the ruins, panting. She dodged the enemies everywhere. This level of battle was still too early for her. There was almost nothing she could do. Fu Ding was stalling for time. She didn't dare to waste the opportunity created by Fu Ding. After running for a long time, her lungs were burning. Sylvia stopped and held her knees as she panted. Rumble. Suddenly, an earth-shattering gust of wind blew over, and the wind pressure from Anner grew stronger and stronger. Sylvia had a look of fear on her face. With such a large area, there was no way she could escape. She stood there in a daze and looked up, watching as the gust of wind rapidly approached. At this moment, an Amphiptera mecha rushed out. The chest armor split open and swallowed Sylvia whole. The next moment, the storm swept past. This mecha was sent flying along with countless bricks and steel. It fell hundreds of meters away. Sylvia hid inside the mecha. She was only dizzy from the impact, but was fine. She had escaped death. She shouted in surprise, "Philip? Master asked me to protect you and hide." He said the storm is expanding. She instinctively looked up at the sky. Using the vision of the mecha, she saw that a tornado had formed in the sky inside the protective shield. Countless things were being sucked into this whirlpool and spun in the sky. The tornado was still expanding. Through the flying debris, she could see Anner flying in a clockwise direction. He was like a flash of light, stirring the air like a turbine. The protective shield was only so big. Anner let go of his hands and prepared to create a tornado large enough to fill up the inside of the protective shield. He could attack indiscriminately. In a sealed area, his storm could reach the level of destruction faster. In the sky, Anner was too fast. Han Xiao and Nagajin couldn't touch him at all. He was flying in circles at his own speed. The two of them couldn't do anything about it. If we let him continue like this, when the storm is fully formed, everything inside the shield will be crushed. Even his subordinates won't be spared. Does he want to abandon his subordinates? Nagajin's tone was heavy. He was experienced and could already see the result. They couldn't keep up with the other party's speed and couldn't stop Anner at all. If the Norios Guardians watching from afar could help, they might be able to stop Anner, but the Guardians didn't seem to want to help. The two sides fighting on the ground simultaneously moved away from the center, but there were still quite a few people who were swept up, crushed into bloody bits by the devastating wind pressure. Quite a few of Han Zhao's machines were also caught in the storm. The mechanical beasts struggled futilely in the storm, and the bases of the turrets that were inserted into the ground were uprooted, tossing and turning in the violent winds. Looking from the outside of the protective shield, an iron-gray vortex made of countless debris was rapidly expanding. The inner circle of the protective shield was occasionally scraped by the rotating debris, and electric sparks kept bursting out. It was like a washing machine. This scene was as if the world was spinning. In the storm, Han Zhao's armor had long been shattered, and the Void Dragon mechanical suit was also covered in wounds. He only managed to stabilize himself after pouring all his energy into the mechanical wings and thrusters. Seeing that the situation was not good, he knew that if he didn't stop Anner, everyone else would be finished. A grade A super at full power was too strong. Han Xiao had even used Life Return once. He could not help but be even more certain of one thing. Luckily, he had used the mission completion card to advance his promotion. Otherwise, he would have definitely been defeated. He yearned for such strength. Han Xiao was currently level 116, and he still had more than 200 million experience left on his interface. If not for the fact that he had already advanced, he would probably have to use Life Return once or twice more in this battle. Currently, most of his current methods would not be effective. After all, Darkstar was attacking, and he did not have much time to prepare. Furthermore, after his promotion, Han Xiao did not have much free time to build new machines. Luckily, I made a copy of AIM's character summon card. Otherwise, I would have to run. Now, I have a trump card that can turn the situation around. Han Xiaoxi made up his mind and said loudly to Nagajin in the communication channel, "What's your strongest attack?" "What do you mean?" Nagajin was confused. "I have a way to make Anner stop. It should be able to restrict him for about 10 seconds. During that time, he won't be able to move or use his abilities. This is the only chance to heavily injure him," Han Xiao said with a deep voice. The situation was changing rapidly, and it was very disadvantageous. However, he still maintained his calm. Although he had explosive means, a grade A super had extremely high resistance. Even if Anner was not known for his defense, just his own attack alone would not be enough to destroy the enemy's combat ability. He had already tested it on Ashes once. Only the grade A Naga Muscle Bully Kim could deal fatal damage to him. Only then would he not waste this precious Dragon Emperor character summon card. 10 seconds? Can you really control Anner? Nagajin could not believe it and thought that he had heard wrongly. 10 seconds was not something that could be described as an opportunity for people of their level. It was the difference between life and death. This Black Star was only a grade B, so how could he possibly restrict a Calamity grade for 10 seconds? Just believe in me. Han Zhao's tone was deep. Anner was an Esper, and his main attribute was speed. No matter what, his strength could not possibly exceed 1,800 points. Okay, Nagajin took a deep breath. Black Star was able to defeat Ashes, and he had never disappointed him before. Maybe he really could do it. He decided to believe in him this time and immediately started to gather energy. All the cells in his body released a powerful pugilist flame. It was like a golden flame that could not be extinguished by the wind. Instead, it became stronger and stronger, and his aura continued to rise. He did not even need 10 seconds. In fact, he only needed to stop Anner for 1 second, and that would be enough for him. His strongest attack was a storm of attacks, and he was only worried that he would not be able to hit the enemy. Han Xiao focused his vision and stared at Wind Demon, who was moving at high speed in the wind. He pointed his hand at Wind Demon from afar with a sharp gaze. Success or failure depended on this. What is he trying to do? Anner also noticed Han Xiao's actions. He could still see all the details clearly in the storm. He did not understand Han Xiao's actions, but the fact that Han Xiao was able to survive until now in the area where the storm was the strongest surprised Anner. Compared to the standards of a grade B super, Han Xiao's vitality was a little too strong. However, he should be reaching his limits soon. Anner turned around and looked at the edge of the battlefield. The Guardian had started to moving toward Black Star. It seemed that it also felt that Black Star was in danger and wanted to take him away. Anner immediately understood the Norios financial group's intention. You want to save Black Star from my hands? You don't want to anger Ames, right? Humph, you wish. Anner sneered and controlled a gust of wind to attack the Guardian that was rushing over, slowing down the Guardian's footsteps. Then he charged forward with a terrifying wind pressure cannon that was powerful enough to blast a crater out of the ground, attacking Han Xiao. Anner was determined to get rid of him here. *T. The Guardian was shocked. The upper echelons had asked him to intervene in an emergency to prevent the high-level combatants of both sides from being killed. He originally wanted to take Black Star away from the battlefield first, but he did not expect Anner to attack him. He was going to kill Black Star, even at the risk of angering the Guardian. At this moment, a terrifying energy wave suddenly erupted from Han Xiao's body, causing everyone's face to change color. It was as if the space had frozen. The shadow of a woman appeared behind Han Xiao and extended her hand toward the approaching Anner. That's Dragon Emperor Ames. Nagakin, Anner, and the Guardian all had looks of shock on their faces. Chapter 484. The next moment, a terrifying pressure that shook the minds of the 3 Calamity-grade supers suddenly descended, heading straight for Anner. What? Anner's expression changed drastically. Boom! Anner, who was flying at high speed, suddenly stopped. Without any warning, the air around him suddenly froze. He was like a bug trapped in amber, unable to move. You have used character summon card. Ames. Anner is now in the freeze state. Duration, 14 seconds. How is this possible? This unexpected turn of events caused Anner to turn pale with fright. Could this terrifying, sealing power be the Dragon Emperor's power? It was true that Black Star was an officer of the Dragon Emperor, but why was he able to use the Dragon Emperor's power? It had been a long time since Anner had felt panic. At this moment, his calmness was completely destroyed. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move an inch. He couldn't even speak. Looking at Nagajin, who was riding on flames, his eyes finally showed fear. Bang! The heavy punch that was like a golden thunderbolt landed on Anner's face, and the weak wind pressure shield shattered like paper. The muffled sound of the punch hitting the body was like muffled thunder, and a golden impact ring burst out from the place where the punch landed. This punch had been accumulating power for a long time, and its power was enough to shake mountains and destroy cities. It was enough to shatter an entire street block. However, Anner was firmly fixed in midair, and he couldn't fly out. All the power of the punch was trapped in his body. A mouthful of smelly blood sprayed into the wind. Bang, 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 bang. Nagakin roared as if he was venting all of his frustrations. His powerful punches and kicks created countless afterimages, and every single one of his attacks landed squarely on Anner. Anner was like an immovable target, unable to move at all. He had to endure the torrential attacks, and his body was constantly changing shape. Too savage. Han Zhao's eyelids twitched as he watched, and he almost wanted to dub Nagakin with the words "Oh la 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 la. This was a rare opportunity, and the higher the damage, the better. The two of them sandwiched Anner in the middle, and all the attacks were directed at him. Without the wind pressure shield, Anner could only take the attacks with his body, and his bones were crushed. Broken bones pierced through his skin, and blood spurted out like a fountain. The Guardian did not have time to be shocked. His mission was to prevent the deaths of the experts on both sides, and Anner was also one of his targets. Just now, he did not feel that Anner needed help, but the situation suddenly changed. The Guardian quickly changed his target this time to Anner. However, the wind pressure cannon that Anner released before he was hit happened to obstruct the Guardian's footsteps, and he couldn't provide timely assistance. After 14 seconds of berserk attacks, when the time limit was over, countless amounts of energy burst out from Anner's body. Boom! A bloody firework exploded in midair. Metahumans who could not use their abilities had a very weak body. For example, a metahuman with a shield could block a nuclear explosion with a shield, but it did not mean that he could block it with his body. Anner's strength was not defense, and without his speed, Han Zhao and Nagajin dealt tons of damage, and the speed at which his HP decreased could be said to be thousands of miles. Nagakin's ferocious combo attacks were unleashed to the fullest, and he felt very satisfied. Previously, when he was ganged up on by Anner and Ember, he had suffered quite a few injuries. Now, he had finally gotten his revenge. Usually, in a battle of the same level, after getting close, the opponent would immediately pull away. It was not like just now, where he could beat the target to his heart's content. Even if it was an ordinary person, if they did not dodge or block, they would be beaten up by another person for 14 seconds. If the attacker wanted to kill, this amount of time was enough to kill someone. However, Anner was still alive. Boom! The broken body of the wind demon fell to the ground and turned back to human form. It was bruised and covered in blood. There were deep wounds everywhere, and it was like a broken bag with blood flowing out. Anner spat out large mouthfuls of blood and was on the verge of death. He could not even stand up. He stared at Han Zhao with eyes filled with shock, anger, and disbelief. I can't believe I died here. Nagajin clenched his fists, and his heart was full of excitement. Blackstar did not go back on his words. His trust was worth it. Han Zhao heaved a sigh of relief. He was also almost completely exhausted. Thankfully, this trump card of his had succeeded. However, he did not expect to use the Ames character summon card so soon after obtaining it. He had to kill Anner to recoup his cost, and he still needed to deal the finishing blow. Thus, he extended his hand to stop Nagakin. He had to do the last hit himself so that he could get the experience to kill the enemy. Anner turned his head with difficulty to look at the approaching Guardian. This was his last hope. However, the Guardian suddenly slowed down, pretending that he could not catch up. Han Zhao did not hesitate. He raised the high-frequency strike cannon, faced Anner's angry eyes, and stabbed it into his chest. Poochie! The blade pierced through the back, but not much blood flowed out. Anner's blood was almost all gone. Anner's body trembled, and his hand grabbed the blade. His eyes slowly became lifeless, and he looked at the sky in a daze. His lips trembled, and he said the last sentence with difficulty. His voice was so soft that no one could hear it. Dark Star, immortal. The next second, the hand that grabbed the blade lost its strength and slid to the ground. His life had left this body. Han Zhao breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, a notification appeared on the interface. You have killed Anner, LV 173. You have received 24.7 million EXP, killing a target more than 10 levels above you. Bonus 280% EXP. Personal damage. 13% you have received an additional 9 million EXP. The damage output was very low, but Han Shao was not surprised. Nagagen was the source of the fatal damage. To be exact, Nagagen had killed Anner and reaped the benefits. Of course, without his character's summon card, Nagagen would not have been able to kill Anner. Killing Anner gave him more than 33 million EXP. This was the biggest one-time reward so far, and it could be considered as replenishing his EXP pool. Wind Demon, Anner, has been completed. You have received 2 million EXP, plus 1,200 Godora Civilization favorability. Character summon card, Anner. Godora Civilization. Friendly 2, 340/3000. The raging storm slowly dissipated, and the pungent smell of gunpowder filled the air. Looking at Anner's corpse, everyone, be it friend or foe, froze with their mouths agape. They had never thought that this calamity-grade super would actually die here. Even Anner himself did not expect this. A calamity-grade super has died in battle. Darkstar is probably going crazy. Because of a traitor, they lost 2 high-level combatants. They've suffered a huge loss. I'm afraid that I'll truly enter their sights, which will be more dangerous than before. Han Shao sighed. Killing Anner would probably result in negative repercussions for him. However, it had already been a life-and-death situation. Since things had already reached this stage, Han Shao would not be soft-hearted and let the dying Anner go just because he was worried. There was less than a year to version 2.0, and he had already planned to begin his preparations after this operation. As for his attention toward Darkstar, to be honest, Han Shao was not too worried. After all, once version 2.0 arrived, you would have to solve a mutation disaster. At that time, there would be an even greater conflict with Darkstar. Darkstar would always be an enemy that he had to deal with in the main storyline of version 2.0. It was only a matter of time. Han Shao looked around. With Anner's death, the morale of the Darkstar warriors had instantly collapsed. However, this sealed protective shield did not allow the enemy to retreat. Chapter 485. At the same time, hundreds of kilometers away, Ashes was still chasing after Oven. After chasing for more than 10 minutes, both parties were already far away from the battlefield where Han Shao and the others were, and were about to reach the location of the teleportation mage. After Anner's death, the situation on the battlefield had been reversed. The Darkstar warriors had become the prey, and no one had the time to send a message. Thus, Ashes had no idea about the sudden situation on the battlefield. In his impression, Anner was definitely still playing with those mercenaries who were in the way. He was not worried about Anner's safety at all. When he first joined Darkstar as a child, Anner was already a high-level calamity-grade combatant in the organization. He had been taught by Anner since he was young, so he was very clear about how strong his teacher Anner was. Since Anner had taken the initiative to stay behind and delay, he definitely had absolute confidence. Although his teacher seemed to be a little disappointed in him recently, these were all details that did not need to be bothered. Ashes was full of confidence in Anner. With Nagagen's speed, he would not even be able to touch the corner of his teacher's clothes. How could he lose? Even if he really could not win, with his teacher's speed, he would be able to escape as he wished. Now that there was no news, did it not mean that everything was under control and there was no need to inform him? That was what Ashes thought. In order to not attract attention, Ashes dispersed the huge black cloud of carbon particles and only let the particles surround him. Oven was still flying in the aircraft, and the two of them maintained a distance. Oven looked back frequently, and sweat appeared on his forehead. We're almost there. When we stop, we only have about 10 seconds to move, and then he will catch up. If we can't complete the teleportation in 10 seconds, we're dead. Aroshia tilted her head, thought for a moment, and corrected him. Not us. Only you will die. Thank you for the reminder. Oven gritted his teeth. How infuriating. The teleportation mage's shop was in sight, and Aroshia suddenly remembered. Right, he was beaten up last time, so he might have moved away. Oven bang. The aircraft slammed on the brakes and crashed into the wall of the bookstore, creating a large hole. The bookshelves that were in the way were all smashed into pieces, and the shredded papers were like exploding fireworks, floating in the air. The two of them jumped down halfway and landed in the messy bookstore. Time was of the essence, so there was no time to park the aircraft and knock on the door. The counter at the door was also sent flying. Ixien was sitting on a chair with a book in his hands, staring blankly at the scene in front of him. He still hadn't come back to his senses. His face had an expression of, who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? My shop collapsed as soon as I opened my eyes. Hiroshia pointed at Ixien. It's him. That's great, he's still here. Oven heaved a sigh of relief. He looked up at the big hole and said awkwardly, at least it's quite airy. Ixien opened his mouth and looked at Hiroshia. I know you. You're with the mercenaries who beat me up last time. I need your help. Please send us to the northern spaceport quickly. Money is not a problem. Oven didn't dare to delay and said directly. Ixien was stunned. He looked down at the shredded papers on the ground and finally reacted. His whole body shook, and the book in his hand fell to the ground with a clatter. It was as if a dagger had stabbed into his heart. He was in so much pain that he couldn't breathe. This is my life's collection. Oven was anxious. Why would he care about these broken books at a time like this? He quickly said, we're being chased by someone who kills without blinking. He belongs to Darkstar. If you don't take us away, he'll kill you too. I'm for Godora. I'll pay you a high service fee and compensate you for all your losses. There's no time. Hurry up and cast a spell. Looking at the sky through the hole, Ash's figure was rapidly approaching. He would enter his attack range in 2 seconds. At that time, he would be able to kill Oven with a snap of his fingers. Oven broke out in cold sweat. He looked nervously at the hesitant teleportation mage. They hadn't discussed this before, so he didn't know if the mage in front of him would help. This was their only hope of escaping. At this time, Orochius said, my friend said that if you don't help, he'll come and find you again. Hearing this, Ixien didn't say anything and directly opened the portal. The whirlpool-like blue light filled the surroundings with a radiance of magic. Oven was overjoyed and rushed in. Ixien didn't dare to delay either. He didn't want to stay and use the mage's delicate body to face the fury of the pursuer. With a flash of light, the portal closed and the three of them disappeared without a trace. Ashes rushed in and saw this scene. His expression suddenly changed. His face was full of dark clouds, and he was furious. He actually lost them again. He thought that Oven was at his wit's end. He didn't know that there was a teleportation mage hidden in the city. If it weren't for Aesop, the Han technician wouldn't have known that there was a hidden teleportation mage, and this tactic wouldn't have been able to be carried out. Now, this information played a crucial role. At that time, Han Shao also didn't expect to be involved in a Dark Star trader's pursuit. Ashes looked at the empty room and couldn't help but clench his fists. Only a mage who was also proficient in teleportation could track the traitor. At this time, the traitor had escaped to another place and lost the trail. He couldn't chase after him. He wondered if he was having bad luck recently. How could he always encounter unexpected situations? He even failed a mission that was almost guaranteed to succeed. Teacher Anner was probably going to die of anger. Ashes sighed and took out the communicator to contact Anner. The operation had failed. He had to send the information back as soon as possible. Everything had to be planned. Buzz, the communicator flashed, and Anner's face appeared on the screen. He frowned and said, "Did you succeed?" Ashes shook his head and explained the situation. "You're really useless." Anner was furious. Ash's body stiffened. He was a little embarrassed. This was the first time he was scolded. It seemed like his teacher was really angry. "Where do you think the traitor escaped to?" "I don't know. There are no clues," Ashes replied. "If they escaped on a spaceship, it would save us a lot of trouble," Anner said. Ashes nodded. Darkstar's fleet was already on high alert around Norios, ready to intercept at any time. As long as the traitor tried to escape on a spaceship, he would be surrounded by the fleet. "How's the situation on your side?" Ashes asked. The situation isn't a stalemate. Come back quickly. I've stalled the enemy. As long as you can arrive in time, we can work together to get rid of Godora and Black Star's mercenaries. If we can't catch the traitor, we'll get rid of this group of enemies first. Okay. Ash's eyes lit up. He turned back and headed in the direction he came from, rushing to meet up with Anner. When he thought about getting rid of Black Star, his gloomy mood brightened up. The protective shield was still performing its duties, isolating this area. However, the situation had become one-sided. Dark Star soldiers were continuously defeated, falling one after another. In the middle of the ruins, Anner ended his communication with Ashes and turned off the communicator. He tapped his cheek, and a matrix-like circuit flashed across his face. His appearance quickly changed, revealing Han Zhao's face. After taking off his face simulator, Han Zhao rubbed his face and looked at Nagajan. I've lured him back, and I have good news. Oven has successfully escaped. Nagajan laughed heartily with a satisfied expression. He cracked his knuckles and said, Beautiful. My fist is not full yet. Han Zhao nodded and heaved a sigh of relief. Acting was very tiring. After Anner died in battle, he picked up the communicator and instantly thought of the use for it. Darkstar only had one Calamity Grade Super left, Ashes. The balance of power was finally tipped. Although Ames's character summon card had been used, Nagajan was also very strong. With him, they might be able to turn the tables and surround Ashes. The only problem was whether Ashes knew what was going on. If he knew, he would definitely retreat. Coincidentally, Ash's call request came through the communicator. Han Zhao immediately took out his face simulator, scanned Anner's corpse, and disguised himself as him. He used his tone to test Ashes. While acting, Han Zhao was sweating profusely. After all, he did not know what Anner's usual tone was like. Thus, he carefully observed Ash's reaction and came to the conclusion that Ashes respected Anner very much. Ashes did not doubt Han Zhao's words and did not notice the small differences. Thinking about it, this was normal. Only when Anner died would others be able to obtain his communicator. In Ash's eyes, this was impossible, so he was kept in the dark. Not only that, his reaction allowed me to confirm one thing. There is indeed a Darkstar fleet waiting in ambush outside the atmosphere. Han Zhao took out his communicator, tried to contact Eroshia, and said to Nagajan, I didn't expect to be able to kill a Calamity-grade enemy. This way, we have more room to maneuver. The pursuit team is almost completely wiped out, so we don't have to take the risk of sending Oven away. Nagajan thought about it and felt that it made sense, so he nodded in agreement. A rigid plan was ultimately not as good as improvisation. This time, the guardian who was waiting at the side walked up, looked down at Anner's corpse, and sighed heavily with a face of regret. You guys actually killed him. Sigh, if not for his attack, I wouldn't have been one step slower. The two of them immediately looked at each other. This person is extremely vengeful. Wonderful, wonderful. The guardian pretended to be regretful for a while before turning to look at the two of them. His gaze was focused on Han Zhao, and his eyes were filled with unconcealable surprise. After pausing for a while, he did not say anything and slowly retreated. The people from Darkstar were already dead, so he had no intention of interfering. Seeing that Anner was on the verge of death, if he were to interfere now, Godora would think that he was deliberately obstructing him. Thus, he changed his mind and gave up on the rescue. It was so King difficult to stay neutral. Nagajan retracted his gaze, looked at Han Zhao, and asked hesitantly, Your ability, just now, seems to be related to the Dragon Emperor? This question had always been in his heart, and he only had the chance to ask now. He knew that his feeling was not wrong. The power just now was definitely at the level of a beyond grade A. Why was Black Star able to use the ability of the Dragon Emperor? What was their relationship? If this information was sent back to the War Bureau, the Intelligence Department would probably have to re-evaluate Black Star's position on Floating Dragon. Nothing, I just did some small work. Han Zhao waved his hands with a humble expression. Nagajan's gaze became even more serious. A few days ago, he had felt that the chances of this mission were very slim. Even with the help of Han Xiao, his pessimism had not been reduced by much. However, the effect that Han Xiao had played was far beyond his imagination. If not for Anner's corpse lying beside him, he would never have believed that he would be able to kill one of the Calamity Grade Supers while being attacked by two of them at the same time. 2 against 1, and he had been killed instead. The sounds of battle around them gradually became sparse, which meant that there were fewer and fewer Dark Star warriors. The environment was a mess. Han Xiao said with a deep voice, "Let's stop chatting. The battle is not over yet. The people from Dark Star are still alive. Get rid of them quickly before Ashes returns. Don't leave a single one behind." Swoosh! The battleship's slicing blade sliced open Sherman's flesh and cut him into 2. Haluz took a deep breath and put away his weapon. After fighting for a long time, he finally killed this dwarf cannonmaster. After the enemy's morale collapsed, so did their courage. Haluz killed the enemy in one go. Just as he was about to leave, his footsteps suddenly stopped. He turned around and walked to Sherman's corpse. He picked up the huge gun that had fallen and weighed it in his hands. Black Star should like this kind of spoils of war. Carrying the huge gun on his shoulder, Haluz left the scene. Bang! Sinisa's brain exploded into a pile of minced meat. She fell to the ground, and her body was still twitching instinctively. Chun Xing rubbed her throat that was hoarse from singing loudly, closed her eyes, and healed the damage to her mind. The enemy was not weak either, and she had exhausted a lot of energy. "Fu Ding, I saved your life. Your body will be my reward," Chun Xing said with a snort. Fu Ding in her mind smiled helplessly and did not reply. Chun Xing looked up at the protective shield. Her eyes flashed, and she mumbled to herself, "I can't get out now. I can only pretend that Fu Ding is in contact with those mercenaries. As long as I'm not seen through, I can escape when I can move freely." She wanted to hide the fact that the controller of her body had changed. It was not difficult to pretend to be Fu Ding. Her senses were connected to Fu Ding's, and she knew Fu Ding's habits like the back of her hand. It was enough for her to be 100% similar. Thinking of Han Xiao, the culprit, Chun Xing's mood worsened. However, as long as she could fool this guy, she would be free. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.